Why, hello there. Good meowing, good afternoon, or good evening. Whatever time it is for you, thank you so much for joining me, and welcome to tonight's stream. It's time for some more Paradigm Paradox, as we are going to tackle more of Yukinami's route, and maybe, if we're fast, get through it. I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. So... Alright, without further ado, let's pop over here.
Hello, 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 it's me.
And it's Paradigm Paradox time. So...
おかえり。どこから始めるかは決まっているのか?
Hi, Ryu. He's the only one that I haven't done. We haven't done his route. Once we finish Yukinami's, we'll be on him, and then we'll have finished this game. It's so close. It's so close. Alright. There you go, Yukinami. That's right, we were in like 1-2. Which isn't terrible. Yeah, we got through 1-1. Now we're at 1-2. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think we'll get through this tonight. I just simply remembering how long the other ones took. I don't think we're gonna get through this tonight. They're not super long routes. But yeah.
Hi, General! Blink, 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 blink.
The next morning, I searched for Yukinami, carrying yesterday's tray. The roaming vectors still set me on edge, but they made no move to attack me. I tried to put them out of my mind. Anyway, if I'm gonna live here, I guess I'd better get used to them at some point. I found Yukinami after a brief search. Oh, what a horrible time to go on. Yukinami's moods change at the drop of a hat. I wonder how he's feeling right now. I mentally prepared myself to handle anything as I headed over to him.
Yukinami, thanks for bringing us dinner yesterday.
His face lit up the second he saw me. I had apparently caught him in a good mood.
全部食べた?
Yep, it tasted great, thank you. I just thought I should bring the tray back.
わざわざ洗ってきたんだね。トレイは僕が下げてくるから、ちょっと待ってて。
Awesome. I'm glad he's putting it away, because we have no idea where it goes.
Oh, hold on.
すぐ戻るね。
Yukinami turned and dashed off before I could stop him. He told me to wait, but I was hoping to get back to Lise as soon as possible. I guess I may as well wait. Maybe there's something else he needs me for. I gazed absently at the sky while I waited. Outside, the real sky is terribly overcast, the total opposite of what it looks like in here. Well, this is a colony sky after all. I'm amazed it's still operational, given the state this place is in. I let my thoughts wander freely, and before long, Yukinami returned.
お待たせ!
It's fine, but did you need me for something? Yukinami grinned and nodded.
ねえねえ、あのさ、また僕と話そうよ。
Aw, that's kind of cute.
君も超能力あったよね。前から面白そうって思ってたんだ。あれ、ちょっと見せてよ。
Oh, yeah, I guess I can show you our power. Wow, he's all up in my face. But I think it's just innocent curiosity, nothing bad. I nodded in agreement. Maybe this was the way to get on friendlier terms with him. Alright, but just a little bit.
わーい! やったー!
He's very childish. But my superpowers are kind of weird. They don't do much if I use them on my own. See, my special power is called Augment. I use it to boost my allies' physical and psychic abilities during battle.
へえ、何それ面白そう。じゃあさ、試しに僕の力を増幅させてみてよ。
Okay. Augment your power? I'd seen how Yukinami fights. It seemed he preferred physical attacks over psychic ones. He kicks and punches. If I use Augment on him, he could cause some serious damage. I'll give it a try, but we'll have to move someplace that's more, open. We don't want to damage the colony.
別にちょっとくらい壊したっていいよ。場所なら腐るほどあるんだし。
Yeah, but we shouldn't make it more busted up. Well, that's not really the issue here. I wasn't sure how to make him understand, but Yukinami just smiled and shrugged.
まあいいや。広いとこがいいなら、外行こう。外。
Whoa! Yukinami grabbed my wrist and pulled me along. He never even looked back. He was like a kid dragging along a playmate. He didn't even ask before he grabbed me. Is he thoughtless or just innocent? I felt exasperated, but it didn't seem like I'd get anywhere if I protested. I just sighed inwardly. I need to transform real quick before we leave the colony, so hang on a sec, okay?
あ、そうだった。ほんと不便だね。
Yukinami shook his head before he resumed tugging me towards the colony exterior. Amazing. We reached a suitably open space outside of Tao. This looks like a good place to let it all out.
早くやってやって。
Okay, give me your hands. Yukinami looked at me and I gripped his hands. Here we go. I used my augment ability on Yukinami. His face immediately lit up, as if he could feel its effects coursing through him.
うわ
What do you think?
ー、何これ面白い。すごいパワーが湧いてくるよ。
Yukinami ran around in circles like a kid with a new toy. Then he jumped high, clearly delighted. I felt like smiling as I watched him. He's so excited. I never expected him to get so much out of it. But a moment later, my smile stiffened ever so slightly.
そりゃあ楽しい。
Yukinami smashed down the wall of a nearby building with an ear-shattering bang. Huh? I'm glad he's having a good time, but he's getting a little destructive. I guess it doesn't matter. It's not like anyone's around to care anyway. As I watched Yukinami's violent frolicking, I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. Huh? I glanced over and saw a Vector watching us from a distance. There are Vectors outside the colony too? My body flooded with adrenaline. The Vector never made a move to attack, though. I exhaled and let my shoulders relax. Right. All of the Vectors in Tau are docile, and it doesn't seem as if the outside Vectors are the ones that attack Theta. Wrong. Nevertheless, I remained a little on guard. Yukinami returned from his destructathon.
ああ、害獣じゃん。また勝手に出てきたんだな。
Yukinami's words interested me. Gotten loose? Are you saying Moravia is like in charge of keeping them?
全部モラビアが把握してるわけじゃないよ。害獣がシータを襲いに行く時だって、モラビアがいない時もあったでしょ。
Now that you mention it, it would probably be hard for one person to control so many Vectors. The Vectors seem to listen to Moravia, but that's not the same thing as her being their keeper. But it's not like the Vectors seem to have any capacity for intelligent thought. Why would they obey Moravia's orders? I somehow drew the attention to the Vector that was watching us, and it started to approach. It lumbered slowly at first, then put on some speed as it made a beeline straight toward me. What? It was totally chill just a minute ago. What's wrong with it?
あいつ、君に興味持ったみたいだね。
Interest? True, I was sympathetic to the Vectors now, but I couldn't just stay put while one ran me over. I steeled myself. Hold off on attacking. No, God bless it. That's the wrong one. Because all of our statuses, we want our sync rate not to go up. And that's what that little DNA helix represents. So we have to use Augment on Yukinami. Yikes! I need to do something. Ah!
あれ
Panicked, I wound up casting Augment on Yukinami. Oh no, go back! Mistake! Mistake! Furious, Yukinami watched me fret.
また能力かけてくれたの？なんでこのタイミングで？
Yeah, I know, I kind of panicked.
ま、僕は別にいいけど。
Yeah. There was no time left to escape. The Vector was almost on top of us.
Hello!
It was a human once. I don't want to hurt it, but I have no options left. I dropped into a fighting stance.
Hello?
Yukinami, who was watching me then quickly stepped forward.
たく、 しょうがないな。
Something in his eyes changed, and then... What? Yukinami unflinchingly pummeled the Vector. The attack hit home, and the Vector hit the ground. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. I was shocked into speechlessness. What? No way. I thought you were the Vector's ally.
仲間って何？
Oh. Well, that's not great. He looked confused. He really had no idea. I wasn't even sure how to answer his question. Explaining allies would be too complicated. Instead, I rephrased my question. Why did you attack that Vector? It was hard to keep my voice steady. If Yukinami knew I was upset, he didn't show it.
どうしてって、こっちに向かってきたから。だって邪魔だったよね。
Annoying. Oh my god, of course. The sleepies. I have been hit with the sleepies so hard. I did driving practice, I did a little bit of grocery shopping, and then the sleepies hit me like a fucking freight train. I took a small nap, and now my body's like, more nap. No, stream. I wasn't able to disguise the tremor in my voice this time. Oh, thought I was gonna hiccup. Didn't end up really doing it.
Yukinami, he scares me.
I'd just been starting to think warmly of him. I had an inkling we'd get along despite his childish, self-centered tendencies. But he just slaughtered a Vector in cold blood, as easily as he blinked or breathed. Oh, he killed it! I thought he just knocked it out, but I guess he killed it. Well, that's different. A cold, soulless monster without a scrap of empathy. That was the Yukinami I saw before me right now. I was right when I thought he didn't act his age, but there's more. He's actually like a child. He knows nothing about friendship and allies. He has no sense of right or wrong. He'll take a life without thinking if something annoys him. A child's innocence can be hurtful or dangerous in some contexts. If Yukinami ever felt like it, would he kill me as thoughtlessly as he killed that Vector? Most likely, yes. That innocent smile of his threw me off guard. I thought he was just childish. I didn't see the truth. Yeah. Yukinami had wiped off his boyish facade and let me glimpse that horrible thing underneath.
ねえ、震えてるの？
Yukinami reached out to stroke my cheek. I jerked back, panicked. Yukinami just smiled. Oh my.
あれ？もしかして僕が怖いの？
Oh. I don't think it's good if we answer, but I think we have to answer. He hit the nail right on the head. I felt like he was peering right through me. I think like we have to say we're afraid. Yeah, he wants us to be truthful.
Yeah, I'm afraid. I gave Yukinami a straightforward answer. Scared as I was, I knew he'd want me to be direct.
He really didn't like it when we beat around the bush late earlier in his route, so I think being direct is gonna be our best option. Despite the fact that it might be totally terrifying to tell a man with no qualms of killing people that we thought were on his side that we're scared of him. Yay. It was too late to put on a front. I was sure he'd see through it anyway. He might get mad if I tried to fool him. I gave him the right answer, I'm sure of it. Keenly aware of how much danger I was in, I watched Yukinami closely. He looked at me hard, as if analyzing my face. Suddenly he grinned.
君は怖いとそんな顔するんだね。
Thank you for headphones.
Oh my.
すごく面白い。
I'm in fucking danger. I need to leave.
His close examination of my face made me shiver. My heart hammered against my ribs. He touched my cheek as if confirming something. His sharp nails prodded my skin. I felt like they could dig into me at any moment. I was sweating. Hi, Felina. This has gotten weird.
僕から目が離せないみたいだね。嬉しいな。
Ah! That's not good.
He was right. I was too scared to look away. But my fear meant nothing to him.
Yukinami just killed a Vector in cold blood right in front of us. And we were like, isn't that
aren't you guys like allies? And he said, what's an ally? And this man is childish to the worst degree. He's the type of child who would rip wings off of butterflies just because it's fun. And so we were frightened, and we told him we're scared of him, and he said he really liked that. He liked our face when we were scared of him because we were paying total attention to him. Oh, my fear meant nothing to him. He just liked the fact I was paying attention to him. It made no difference how he got that attention. I think they might get toxic. I had no idea what to say. Yukinami spoke plainly as he held his gaze.
君のこと結構気に入ったかも。
Huh? His words were friendly, pleasant even. So why did they send a shiver down my spine? I felt like nothing good would come of Yukinami taking a special interest in me.
これからたくさん遊ぼうね。
Okay. Kiki, what are you doing? Kiki. What are you doing? You ate all of your treaties. I know. I've possibly. I wouldn't turn down more head pats. Creepy. Got a bad feeling about this. Some guarded corner of my mind told me I'd handled Yukinami's question badly. There was no malice in Yukinami's gaze. Instead, he looked at me like he was sizing up a brand new toy. I knew now that it was too late to go back. Yay! Wonderful. Oh, that's great. Which means we're now at 2-1. I hope he owns a cage. I hope he does it, but... I plunked down in the chair beside the bed, a watchful eye on Lise's sleeping form. I sighed softly to avoid waking her up. Waking her up. After everything, I made up an excuse to escape Yukinami and return to the room. I have to be getting back now.
そう？じゃ、
Thank you.
またね。
I'm in danger! I'm so glad he didn't try to challenge me on it. I don't know what I'd done if he wouldn't let me go. Maybe he was satisfied enough at the sight of my trembling body?
Whoa. That sounds weird.
There we go. Blessings. What's so amusing about my fear anyway? He seemed to enjoy it, though not in a vicious way. That just makes it all creepier. Even creepier. I don't want to get too close to him. I don't know what he's capable of. But if I'm gonna be living here, I can't exactly avoid him. I guess for now, I'll just do everything I can to avoid being around Yukinami. Maybe then he'll lose interest in me. I'm glad I'm not living in the same building as him. It's a small consolation, but I'm thankful regardless. I snapped out of my brooding. Lise was stirring in the bed, slowly waking from her slumber.
よく寝た。おはよ
As Lise slowly sat up, I gave her a big smile so she wouldn't catch on to my dark thoughts. Good morning, Lise. How do you feel?
う。最初よりだいぶ良くなったよ。寝たおかげで気分もすっきりしてる。
Really? I'm so glad.
君こそ大丈夫？
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask?
だってなんだか顔色が悪いから。
Oh.
何かあった？
Well, shoot. Lise wasn't easily fooled. I reflexively put my hands to my face, trying to hide it. Lise's eyes narrowed as she took in my reaction, convinced she was onto something. Her eyes were filled with concern. Well, I guess I'm just tired. I'll be good as new as soon as I get some rest. Lise shook her head. My perky, positive tone of voice didn't fool her.
無理にごまかさなくていいよ。
Lise. I let my shoulders slump. No point in trying to hide anything now. You saw right through me, huh? You're always a step ahead.
伊達に君の親友やってるわけじゃないよ。私の目をごまかそうなんて10年早い。なんてね。
Lise was joking around, but her expression softened nevertheless.
私 もう落ち着いてきたよ。
Oh, that's right.
だからここがどこなのか、何があったのか話してほしいな。
Last time Lise woke up, she not had a panic attack. Remembering what happened to her.
Right.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Pushing my worries about Yukinami from my mind, I focus on explaining things to Lise. Here's what happened. You were attacked by a creature known as a Vector.
That was amazing music timing, honestly.
I told her everything, start to finish. About how people turn into Vectors, about how she might be one, at least in part, and about how she was taken to the research district.
Someone has joined the kingdom!
Wow! 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 11 months of being a Melrose Awesome! Thank you so much! I explained how I accepted help from Moravia, the leader of the Vectors, and brought Lise here, the ruined Vector colony of Tau. Lise remained quiet while I told her everything. She was clearly shocked, but she remained calm.
そうだったんだ。びっくりしたけど、話してくれてありがとう。でも今の話を聞いて、ちょっと気になったことがあるんだけど。
What?
I'll answer any question I possibly can.
Lise nodded before continuing.
害獣って外出禁止時間を過ぎると街に出没するっていう噂の化け物のことなんだよね。
Yeah.
なんでそんな極秘事項っぽいことを君が知ってるの？
Oh, about that. I still hadn't explained the blooms yet. No wonder Lise was so confused and curious. It's privileged information, but it's not like we can ever go home again, so there's no need to keep quiet anymore. Lise, you remember the rumor we heard about the superheroes who fight monsters, right? Well, truth is, I'm one of them.
え？ヒーロー？君が？
Yep. Yeah.
運動神経可もなく不可もなくのごくごく普通の平凡系女子の君が？
Hey, is it really that unbelievable for me to have superpowers? I mean, I know it sounds crazy. But it is what it is. I am what I am. What's with the smirk? You think I'm joking? I expected you to be surprised, but this... Yeah, no, technically, yeah. That's okay. That's okay. He might be out walking the puppy. His puppies need walks. I know he does. Ugh, itchy nose. Ugh. Lise waved dismissively and shrugged at the same time.
いや、すごくびっくりしてるよ。それに君がこんな状況で冗談言うとは思ってないし。
We can literally just transform in front of her, and that'll get rid of all this problem.
でも予想外すぎてつい笑っちゃった。
Thanks, Lise. Well, I admit it's all pretty out of left field. It's not as if I wasn't shocked myself. I told Lise that the catalyst for my invitation to the Blooms had only happened recently.
なるほど。最近君が隠し事をしてるみたいだと思ってたら、そういうわけだったんだ。
The tone of Lise's voice made me hang my head. I knew I'd hurt her by keeping secrets. I'm so sorry for not saying anything. But Lise just gave me her usual bright smile.
そんな事情なら言えないのは当然だよ。謎が解けてよかった。
Aww.
君が何か隠していて少し寂しかったけど、不安になることなんてなかったんだね。
We were lonely too, Lise. We were lonely too. That prompted me to bring up something that had been on my mind for a while. Hey, can I ask you something?
Oh my god, why are the yawns coming so hard?
Why were you in town that day? I thought for sure you were back at the dorm. Lise giggled, looking embarrassed.
あの日、心のどこかで期待してたんだ。君の気が変わってカフェに来てくれるんじゃないかななんて思ってね。
Aww. Then, my face blanched. That meant it was all my fault Lise was attacked by that Vector. Never mind keeping the bloom secret. If I hadn't worried Lise so much, she wouldn't have been in town that day. Then she wouldn't have...
もう落ち込まないで。君が来ても来なくても、私はカフェでお茶したい気分だっただけなんだから。私こそ心配かけてごめんね。君の言う通り、おとなしく寮に帰ってればよかったな。
I'm so sorry. I couldn't help but apologize. I felt all messed up inside, but Lisa just brushed it off.
君はあそこから私を助け出してくれたでしょ？
Yeah.
それで十分すぎるくらいだよ。
Out of there? Lisa paused for a moment as she shuffled through her memories.
あの時のこと、なんとなく覚えてる。
Oh.
害獣に襲われて気を失って、しばらくして意識を取り戻したら、白っぽい感じの部屋でベッドに寝かされてたの。
Okay.
てっきり病院なんだと思ったけど、何かおかしいなって思って、よく見たら私は手足を拘束されてた。
Oof. Ugh, I feel... Oof. Yeah, filing season ended early this year, so we had to slam through quite a lot of stuff. The 15th was a big deadline for us. Blessings. Restraints.
意識が朦朧としてたけど、部屋の中には他にも私と同じような状態の人がたくさんいた気がする。そうしたら白衣姿の人に何か薬を使われたみたいで、また眠っちゃって、それっきり。
Well, that's not good. The commander told me Lisa had been kept in a restricted area of the research district, but I had no idea she'd been treated so horribly. I see.
誰かが助けに来てくれたのは夢うつつの状態でなんとなく分かったよ。
Well, that's good. It sounds like it must have been terrible, Lisa. I'm so glad we managed to get you out in time. I touched her shoulder, but Lisa shook her head.
間に合ってないかも。
Huh?
君は私も害獣化していたかもって言ってたけど、多分もう私は普通の人間じゃないんだと思う。
Is she gonna be struggling with this in this route? I wasn't sure what Lisa was getting at. I felt lost. What do you mean?
ここで目が覚めてからなんだか体に違和感がある気がしてたんだ。君がいない時にこっそり起きて自分の体を調べてみたの。そしたら。
Oh yeah, her tattoos.
見て。
Isaiah rolled up her shirt, exposing a bruise-like mark on her stomach. It looked like the markings the Vectors bore. I felt my blood run cold. Lisa, that's...
こんな風になるなんておかしいよね。体に何か変化が起こってるのは間違いないよ。
Yeah, huh?
これじゃあもうシータで前と同じ生活に戻るなんてできっこないって分かってる。どうなっちゃうんだろう、私。もしかしたら突然怪獣になって君を襲うなんてことも。
それはないんじゃない？
Oh, yay, Yukinami. Surprised, we both rolled around. Yukinami was standing in the open door. How long has he been there? I didn't sense him coming. He didn't even make a sound. If Yukinami noticed how freaked out I was by his sudden arrival, he might get annoyed. I focused on keeping my face neutral. What's not going to happen?
寮から聞かなかった？抗体を打ったから、そいつはあいつらみたいにはならないよ。
Okay, we're explaining the antibody shots now. The others? You mean the Vectors and the herds?
そうだよ。まあ普通の人間ってわけでもなくなったけど、モラビアも言ってたでしょ。
Lisa's body stiffened and she turned away when Yukinami said she was no longer human. It must hurt to hear it said out loud like that. There wasn't much I could do. I put my hand over Lisa's, hoping to share whatever strength I could. It doesn't matter. As long as you're still Lisa, that's more than good enough for me. Lisa lifted her head. She smiled and nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm so glad she didn't wind up as a Vector. Yukinami narrowed his eyes when he heard my thoughts spoken out loud.
へえ。害獣を頼ったくせに害獣が嫌いなんだ。
You stupid piece of shit. Really? That's what you got out of that? I'm happy that my best friend didn't turn into a mindless monster. That's, like, quite literally a very understandable sentiment. Oh, yikes, I shouldn't have worded it like that. That's not what I meant. I'm just glad Lise is able to keep her wits about her instead of mindlessly attacking human beings.
Yukinami raised an eyebrow at this, but then turned away as if he suddenly lost interest.
まあ君がどう思ってるかなんてどうでもいいけど。
Yeah, alright, keep telling yourself that.
ああ、そうそう。僕もしばらくここに住むことにしたから。
Oh, yay. What? That was unexpected. I yelped a bit in surprise. Why?
なんか面白そうだから。部屋はいくつもあるんだし、別にいいでしょ？だいたいここはもともと僕たちの住処なんだから。文句あるの？
No. Even if I did, I wouldn't say as much out loud. This is bad. I was hoping to avoid Yukinami. I was just thinking about how lucky I was that he didn't live in the same building as me.
じゃ、これからよろしく。
Yukinami raved cheerfully as he left the room. I watched him go, dismayed. Now I'm gonna have to be on guard constantly. I won't be able to relax. I trembled as I replayed the moment he killed the Vector over and over in my mind. Lise peered at my face, clearly concerned.
ひょっとしてさっき顔色が悪かったのはあの子が関係してるの？
Mm-hmm. Yeah! Yukinami is, he's the worst kind of innocent, childish. He's the worst type of innocent childishness. Very self-absorbed. Yeah, earlier we spent some time outside of Tao. I'm scared of the way he acts. Yukinami's twisted innocence ironically made him the most dangerous Vector of all. I can't go back to Theta, and I don't think I can stay here much longer either. Lise, can I talk to you about something?
何？
As soon as you're well enough to leave, let's take off together. Lise gazed back at me astonished. She thought for a few moments, and nodded slightly.
早く動けるように頑張るよ。
I'll do whatever I can on my end, too. Let's both work hard to get out of here, okay? Alone together in the silent room, we nodded. Once I left Lise, I did a personal tour of the area. I definitely planned to leave, but for now I have to stay put. I should familiarize myself with things around here. But also, Yukinami is a Vector as well. He's a Vector, so... I found the sink area when I washed up the tray, but that's all I know so far. I don't know my way around this building at all. I constantly looked over my shoulder for Yukinami as I surveyed the building. There were a lot of rooms, and most of them were unused. It was no wonder Yukinami thought of moving into one of them. As Ryo had suggested earlier, the building was well stocked with food and amenities. I found tons of supplies in a storeroom of sorts. I found what looked to be a pantry. Well, it looked like a pantry, too. A note on the door said, "Don't leave the door open." Huh. Yukinami's definitely the type to leave doors open. I wonder who wrote that note, though. They sound like they have a thing for tidiness. I also found what appeared to be a kitchen. Good. If need to, I can prepare food for Lise and myself here. I felt a little better. With some careful planning, things might go smoothly after all. That is Hyuga's rooms. Hyuga's domain. Alright, I've scouted out most of the building. All that's left is... I should check around outside too. But before I could go outside as planned... A pair of hands suddenly slipped over my eyes. I almost screamed hard enough to shatter glass.
誰だ?
It's Yukinami. Fear froze my body stiff. Yukinami, right? Yukinami, right? I answered promptly and tried to keep my voice from shaking.
あったりー! ねえねえ、驚いた？驚いた？
Yeah, I almost jumped down my skin. I wasn't lying. Yukinami had probably taken years off my life. I never even sensed that you were close to me until you covered my eyes.
すごい？僕ってすごい？
Yukinami's eyes sparkled. I gave him my honest answer. Yep, you sure are something, Yukinami.
やったー! すごいって言われた!
I sighed internally as Yukinami leaped for joy. That boyish smile of his makes it easy to forget how dangerous he actually is. When Yukinami was exuberant about something, he looked like a normal, happy boy. But you never really know what's going to set him off. How am I supposed to handle him going forward? I think I'm acting normal, but then I'll do something that puts him in a bad mood. Yukinami was staring at me, still wearing his innocent grin.
で、どこに行くの？
Oh, my heart thudded in my chest. Did he overhear me talking to Lise just a moment ago? Did he catch our plans to escape? Where?
お？さっき目隠しする前に言ってたでしょ？どうせなら外の様子がどうとか。
Oh, right. Oh, phew, he only heard me talking to myself.
外に出るなら僕も行く。
Ugh. Okay. But by outside, I meant within Tao, just so we're clear.
別にいいよ。君と一緒なら楽しそう。
Oh, yay. Nice. What's fun for him is psychological torture for me. I knew how cruel Yukinami was capable of being, like when he attacked us during the Vector's raid on Theta. Probably. And when he killed that Vector outside of Tao, he didn't even bat an eye. He's terrifying. So terrifying, I knew the smart thing was to go along with what he wanted. If I refused his company, he'd probably get mad. No, not probably. He'd be angry for sure. I have no choice. Anyway, this is a better option than leaving him alone in the building with Lise. Okay, let's go then.
よーし、出発!
Yukinami was in high spirits, but my grin was fake. We must have looked like a funny pair. I forgot my water bottle in my bedroom. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab that. Whoopsie doodles. Yep, taken by the spirits. As I stepped out of range of my camera. Oh, come on. Seriously? Oh, of course it's being silly. There we go. Alright, I've recaptured my body, and I've taken a sippy. Once we'd left the building, Yukinami's good mood only continued. The hood of his jacket bobbed as we walked. Apparently, he had grabbed it from his room, just in case he felt like going outside. Oh. He seems upbeat, like he's forgotten he scared me half to death. Or maybe he doesn't care. In fact, I think he gets his kicks from scaring me, and he has no intention of stopping to think about how his antics might affect me. Inside, I was just one big long sigh.
ねえ、この後どこ行くの？教えてほしいことがあれば僕が教えてあげるよ。
Okay. For now, I'm just good with looking around Tao. Would you like to give me a tour? If Yukinami was going to scare the pants off of me, I may as well use my time productively. Yukinami grinned and nodded.
いいよ。ついてきて。
Okay. Yukinami gave me the grand tour of Tao, pointing out his favorite spots along the way.
ほら見て、あの建物。屋上からの景色が最高なんだ。僕のお気に入りスポット。
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. I get why the view would be great.
それからあれを見て。建物の残骸があるでしょ？
Uh-huh. I looked in the direction Yukinami was pointing and saw a big mound of rubble. It was clearly a building once upon a time. Even the tallest buildings will crumble into piles of rock as time goes on, huh? My voice was a little melancholy, but Yukinami shook his head insistently.
別に時間が経ったから壊れたわけじゃないよ。
Oh.
僕が壊したんだ。
Oh, great. 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 Oh, yay. We're with this weirdo. So, why?
かっこいい必殺技みたいなのを編み出したくて、ヒューが相手にいろんな技を試してたんだよね。
Okay. Well, poor Hyuga. I could envision Hyuga struggling not to get overwhelmed, even though I barely knew them.
それで大技を思いっきり繰り出したら、日向ごと建物の根元の方を吹っ飛ばしちゃったんだ。
Oh. Oh.
そしたら建物のバランスが崩れて、そのまま崩れちゃったってわけ。まあもともと崩れかけの建物だったんだけどさ。
Oh. Wow, what an amazing twist to your tale.
僕すごいやった。
I didn't necessarily mean amazing in a good way, but Yukinami didn't seem to pick up on that. He continued to show me around Tao. I found myself watching the Vectors a lot. They were just hanging out peacefully, standing next to their companions. I felt strange as I watched them. The Vectors here really are calm, almost tame. I fought so many of them when I was with the Blooms, but that feels like a lifetime ago. It was a peaceful scene, but when I thought about how the Vectors used to be humans, it made my heart ache. Then one of the Vectors turned to me and began lumbering in my direction. Huh? That Vector's got its eyes on me! But it wasn't acting aggressively, unlike the one that charged at me outside. I quietly watched the Vector approach. Yukinami noticed the Vector too. He stood in front of me as if to wall me off from its line of sight. He was clearly trying to protect me from the Vector. I was surprised. Why though? Is he worried there'll be another incident like the one the Vector outside charged me? I hadn't thought Yukinami would care so much about my well-being, but his actions said otherwise.
行こ
Yeah. Yukinami led me away from the Vector. It looked sad as it watched us go, but it didn't try to follow. Okay. That's confusing. Is this man absolutely off his rocker? Or, like, protective and fun? I'm erring a little more towards the former. Thank you for a head pass, General. We continued our tour of Tao. Every so often, a Vector would take an interest in me. I am. Each time, Yukinami stepped in protectively. He's definitely determined to protect me. Is he kinder than I gave him credit for? No. I began to realize that I had no idea really what kind of person, or Vector, Yukinami really was. He killed a Vector in cold blood, and he seemed to get a big kick out of scaring me. He also tried to protect me. He's kind but horrible? Doesn't make sense at all. I spotted some tidy-looking houses during the tour. They were well-maintained, and people were clearly living there. They're way different from the building we're living in now. I swear someone's tending to those little houses.
何か気になるものでもあった？
Yeah, those houses. Yeah, what's that little house there? Someone living in it?
ああ、そこか。いたりいなかったりだよ。
Huh? I surmised it wasn't a Vector living in the house, but Yukinami was being very vague. Do you mean a human lives there? Yukinami shrugged, uninterested.
人間。
There are other humans living here? Thinking back to what Yukinami said, the other day I asked him if the only people living in Tao were Vectors, and he said mostly. I thought he was referring to me and Lise at the time, but there may be something more. But there was seemingly more going on. Before I could get more out of Yukinami, he said something that made my stomach sink.
ま、人間だとしてもまともなやつじゃないよ。君みたいにね。
Hey! I'm not sus! That's rude! Like me? Yukinami's words contained no malice, but I responded through tight lips. Despite the circumstances, I must seem a bit sus. For abandoning Theta and escaping here. Is that what he's getting at? I wonder what the person living in that house is like. What drove them to set down roots in a place like this? My thoughts churned as I stared at the house. A frown slowly spread over Yukinami's face.
ねえ、さっきから僕のことあんまり見ないよね。
Have I?
そうだよ。なんかさ、つまんないんだけど。
Reading Yukinami's moods was exhausting, but I let my guard slip for a moment. Yikes, what am I supposed to say? Sorry I've spoiled your fun?
ね。
Oh no, what? As I struggled to come up with an answer, Yukinami gently called my name. He reached out his hand and stroked my neck softly. Oh no, he's gonna choke me out. And then... That's what I fucking thought! His fingers gripped my throat. God bless it! Let go of me! His grip wasn't hard enough to strangle me, but I wasn't able to breathe properly either. He was on the cusp of shutting off my windpipe. I struggled to free myself, but Yukinami held on. Yukinami.
やっとこっち見た。
Shit, bro! He hurt me just for a laugh? His innocent smile was nothing but twisted.
Oh, sorry. Family member just texted me. Okay. Was a question. Have you heard of this? The answer was no.
その表情さっきと同じだね。君のその顔好きだよ。もっと見たいな。
We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We are in danger. We are fucking under attack. Oh man. I don't know how I don't know what's the pinpoint between like Tomomori and Yukinami, because Tomomori kind of acted a little bit like this with the yandere tendencies, and he was hot. Yukinami doing this is just creepy as hell.
こうしたらどうなるかな。
His grip around my neck tightened and he started lifting me off the ground. I clawed at Yukinami's fingers, but he responded by stealing his hold. At this rate, I was seconds from passing out when...
こらこら、何をしてるの？
Hey, Moravia.
モラビアこそ何してるのさ。
Moravia?
その子は傷つけてはいけないと言ったはずだよ。手を離して。
はいはい。
Oh, great. We're being choked out. Yukinami immediately let go of me. It was like Moravia hit a switch on him. Finally free, I sat down on the floor and gasped for air. Yeah, so, Yukinami didn't like that we weren't paying attention to him, so he reached out and strangled us. That was beyond dangerous. Moravia looked unconcerned as I caught my breath. In fact, she was smiling.
何かわかった？
Learn?
君は何も知らないと言ったでしょ？
This man is like... I was just saying, I don't know, there's, Tomomori and Yukinami are on similar wavelengths with some of their yandere stuff, but Tomomori's was it was sexy. Yukinami's is just creepy. Yukinami's is just creepy. I guess because Yukinami is, weirdly innocent, childish. And there's a difference between, a dude who definitely knows what he's doing and, why he's doing it, and a dude that doesn't know why he's doing it and is just doing it because that's what he wants to do. I guess that's the difference. Yeah, I guess that's the difference. One's a choice. And the other is, one's a choice with knowledge, and the other is a choice with no knowledge. And the choice with no knowledge is way scarier than it is sexy. Oh no, he doesn't.
君はまだ何も知らない。そのままじゃ誰も救うことはできないよ。
All he knows is he wants our attention. He wants our attention on him all the time. And he likes our face when we're scared of him. But he doesn't know, it's not like a skilled manipulation tactic. This is like a baby bonking blocks together to make noises compared to someone playing an instrument. I've learned nothing, Moravia, other than this is fucking insane.
Oh, right. Back when we met in Theta. I was still shaky, but at least I could breathe again. I was even able to recall the conversation Moravia was referring to.
思い出したみたいだね。
That was a hiccup there.
I was. Blessings. Moravia might be right in some regards. I couldn't save Lise, but she's implying I need to know more.
君はまず僕たちのことをもっとよく知るべきだよ。
Oh, I should say it like this.
雪波と一緒に行動するなら雪波のことも知るといい。
No thanks.
雪波、彼女の面倒を見てあげて。
Oh no.
ただし、さっきみたいなのは禁止。
Yukinami shrugged off her light scolding without so much as a frown. Yeah, it has to be like if it's done out of just innocence, it's way creepier. If it's done with intent and like knowledge, it can be played into a sexy way.
もちろん面倒見るよ。
Yeah. Well, they need therapy. They need help. And that's it. Oh god, he threw his arm around my shoulder and hugged me. I saw the hand that nearly strangled me to death. I had to stay still. I couldn't show fear. At this point, I was just trying to survive.
モラビアに任された。
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the time loop's fault. I feel like Yukinami's chew toy. Or his pet. We can talk, but what I say just doesn't register. It's like Yukinami, Moravia, and I are all thinking on different wavelengths. Nope. Nope. That kind of stuff is dehumanizing. And not good at all. I couldn't chalk it up to them being vectors either. It just seemed to be the way they were. I recalled the agony of Yukinami's hand around my throat and realized I was in way over my head. Yeah, he's spooky. The next morning, despite yesterday's events, I woke up refreshed. Oh, wow, that was a really great sleep. I groggily went over yesterday's events as I slowly woke up. Yukinami seemed excited about the prospect of keeping an eye on me. Oh, great. When Moravia asked him to take charge of me, it made his day. Maybe he enjoys taking care of others? Nah, he reacted more like a kid who's excited to take care of a new hamster. I was very despondent over being treated like Yukinami's new plaything. Our protagonist is somehow one of the most mentally strong people ever. Well, stressing out won't help anything. I guess I'll go check on Lise for now. I peered into the room next door. She was sleeping. She's got more color in her cheeks compared to yesterday, but it looks like she's a long way from being completely recovered. I need to get Lise back on her feet if there's any hope of us getting out of here. She needs to eat to get her strength back. Yukinami always brings us meals from somewhere, doesn't he? I didn't want to rely on Yukinami if I could help it. I preferred to cook something from the food stores. But excluding Yukinami might make him mad. He seemed to take a lot of pride and joy in his job as a provider. I hate to go to him, but I guess I need to ask about food. I left Lise's room and searched for Yukinami. He said he'd be living in the same building, but which room is he in? Maybe he's not at home right now. I wasn't sure where to go, so I headed to the exit with the intention of checking outside.
食事持ってきたよ。
Oh, yay! Yukinami suddenly leaped through the doors to the building, scaring me half to death. Yikes! Here goes another 10 years off my life. His timing is so good, it's awful. I struggled to compose myself and put on a smile before taking the tray Yukinami offered me. I thanked him. Like, I think it's the tone shift. Okay. I pinpointed why Yukinami feels so creepy. Everybody else was like, Izuki? Izumi? Ibuki. I always want to call him Izuki, but it's not. It's Ibuki. Izumi. It's Ibuki. Ibuki's route was weird. Like, his non-normal human behavior set off, like, weird signals. As well, he also did want us to choose between destroying all of humanity
or dying ourselves, more or less, to really simplify the options that he gave us. So that was really weird. But like everybody else all the other routes have been, while they had their drama points, they've all been fairly upbeat. Yukinami is the first person in this game that is actually just fucking terrifying. He actually would fit more in like Diabolic Lovers or some other very dark otome game. Like, I would not be surprised to find him in a in for lack of a better word, this is literally because I don't know what else I could call this. More or less, yeah, that was Ibuki's stuff. If I'm remembering correctly, which is, it's entirely possible I'm not, because this is the second route after Ibuki's. And we also did Ibuki's like halfway. We did it halfway, then we played Baldur's Gate, and we played the other half, so. But Yukinami's route, I would feel actually a lot more at home in a horror, in a horror porn visual novel. He would feel way more at home in something like that like you know what you're getting into. This is just such a sudden 180 from everything else in this game that it's way creepier. Like, if this was a dark visual novel and Yukinami was one of the love interests, this wouldn't faze me at all. Like, I've played routes like this before in other games where it's just like, okay, this is just a fucked story. Like, there's just fucked up things that happen in this story. Welcome to the ride. But this game has been very upbeat and fun. Sometimes it's a very fun ride. When you're in the mood for it, it's a good ride. When you're not in the mood for it, though, that shit fucks you up. Yeah, the complete 180 of how these characters go. Okay, this game has dark portions, but it is not thematically dark. Like, there's a lot, like, each route is like, this person has problems. We're gonna work together through all of our problems in our own ways and stuff like that. What are you eating? What did you put in your mouth? Hold on, I have to make certain. I have to go make certain she wasn't putting something in her mouth that she shouldn't have been. Okay. I'm back and she was eating things she's allowed to eat. There were some crumbs on the floor that she was eating. But yes, you're right, Polita. This game has a lot of trauma and the setting is kind of dark. But the actual storyline is fairly upbeat. Oh, God bless it. Why'd the spirits take me now? But yeah, this guy, choking us out. And all that. And his being like, I love seeing your face as you're scared of me. Like, that is a very different tone than all the other routes. I struggled to compose myself and put on a smile before taking the tray Yukinami offered me. I thanked him. Thanks.
どういたしまして。
He seemed to be in a good mood, so I decided to ask him about the food after all. Hey, this food is great. Who prepares the meals around here?
ヒューガだよ。
What? Really?
ヒューガは料理が得意なんだよ。
Yeah,
What about
exactly. I should know that this kind of stuff is coming. It shouldn't be an out of left field thing. Well, you know, consent.
Actually, yeah. I knew Hyuga's a fearsome fighter. I couldn't picture him doing cozy domestic things like cooking hearty meals. Hi, Holly! People really are more than what they seem. Though, come to think of it, I've only seen the side of Hyuga that fights. He seems to hate me. Or maybe he just hates humans, period. Hi, Holly.
We got choked out by this guy. He about choked us till we passed out. This route has been a complete 180 in the, like, theme and feeling than the rest of the routes. Like,
Yes, that's Hyuga. He's Sunsun. He's tsundere. He's a tsundere who, is actually kind of a nerd. And it's adorable, and I really, really, really liked him.
like, shockingly how much it's, like, shocking how much I liked him. He's, like, probably up there as one of my favorite routes.
Still, he cooks great meals for me and Lise. He's surprisingly caring.
じー。
God, sorry, I'm thinking about someone else.
Yukinami stared at me intently while I mulled through over my thoughts. What?
君のそういう顔も面白いね。
Oh god. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like if I was saying his route feels more like it's suited for a horror porn visual novel than this, which has been like light and fluffy and cute.
I'm doing alright. I'm sleepies. I'm a little sleepies.
I did driving practice today because it's supposed to be a little icky tomorrow. And I did a real quick shopping trip because Kiki needed some more food.
Oh, I can brag.
Real fast about something. So, I've been doing a lot of practice for parallel parking. A lot of parallel parking practice.
Today, for my practice, I did 3 perfect parallel parks in a row.
From the very beginning of my practice, my first parallel parking practice was perfect. I then pulled in right behind a car, and it was perfect. I then pulled in right in front of a car, and it was perfect. So pretty much, my only thing I have left to do practicing for parallel parking is getting like between 2 cars. And then I'm good to go on parallel parking. Then I just have to learn highway driving more. Get more comfortable with highway driving. And then I can go get my license! Woo!
Then I'll be a cat on the road. Cat on the road. Kitty cat on the road.
Yeah, I use the backup camera. I use my backup camera and my, it projects out where the car goes. I use that. Because, I'm really bad at where I am in space. Like, my body and my car. So, it also doesn't help that I have a large car, so...
A realization flashed through my mind.
Yeah, honestly, this car's from 2013. It's like an old car. It's a really old car, but it's got a nice-ass backup camera. It's got some good features, period.
He likes to provoke me to see my reactions.
Yukinami didn't seem to want to hurt me. Debatable.
Nor did he see me as an enemy. I wagered he liked me, but the thought didn't bring me any comfort. I was probably on the right track in thinking he saw me as a toy. Toys don't show pain, and they don't care how roughly they're treated.
Yeah, exactly.
ねえ、食事が終わったら遊びに行こう。
Yeah, I
I got turned around in, because where I practice my parallel parking is like a small little neighborhood nearby. And so I got us out of the neighborhood. And I was like, oh, I kind of know where we are. And then I turned the wrong way on a street, and my dad was in the car with me because he's who I do my driving lessons with. And I was like, am I headed the right way? He's like, if you're heading to so-and-so high school. I'm like, I don't know where that is. Like, where is it in relationship to my house, to my place? And he was like, yeah, exactly. And I was like, no, I want to go back home. And he was like, oh, then yeah, no, we're going the wrong way. And I was like, oh, God. So I just did, I did a U-E, but I cut the curb too close. I was trying too hard to stay in the lane. And so I kind of bumped my wheel up on the curb, and I was like, oh, shit. Yuck. But that was it. And then yeah, exactly. I was like, oh. As we were driving, my dad was like, were you paying attention? Because there was another car that was turning in at the same time that I was doing my U-turn. They were turning into the road that I was doing my U-turn onto, and it was a 2-lane road. And I was like, I don't want to hit them. Oof. Oh, God, that doesn't sound fun at all. And he was like, were you paying more attention to the other car? And I was like, well, yeah, I didn't want to swerve into the other lane and hit them. Like, if I had an option between accidentally jump up on a curb and run and have a car accident, I'm going to take accidentally hit the curb. Yeah. Hi, Phantom. And no, I did not crash into someone. I was worried about crashing into someone, so I accidentally popped my wheel up on a curb. But I got it. I had control. I also did perfectly parallel park. Oh, whoa. I hope you're doing all right. I have something to show you, Phantom. I don't know if you've seen this. If you have, too bad. If you have, too bad. I want to show this to you, Phantom, because I don't know if you've seen it. Ta-da! New case art! With me and my bros! Me and the bros! It's so good! I love it so much. Yes, Alvor is blushing. Phantom loves Remorat. Remorat is my my blue-haired brother. The one on the right. It's so good. It's my computer wallpaper now. It replaced my first ever skeb. My first ever skeb as was my computer wallpaper. Hush you. And now it's this, because it's just so perfect. It's so wonderful. I love it so much. Ugh. He just doesn't wear his outer coat all the way up. He doesn't wear his outer level all the way up. He may never be fully undressed. I bunk you all. Okay, let's go have fun. Oh no. Oh, right. Okay, once I'm done eating then. I hesitated at Yukinami's invite, but I didn't want to make him angry again. In any case, my response satisfied him.
やった。楽しみだな。
Well, he's not doing science stuff then. I brought Lisa's meal to her room so she could eat it as soon as she woke up. Yukinami parked himself in there too. He clearly had no plans to leave. I didn't relish the thought of him following me to my room, so I sat down as well. I picked up my fork and started eating. Yukinami watched me the whole time. Aren't you gonna eat, Yukinami?
もう食べてきたよ。だから君が食べ終わるまで待ってるね。
Oh, yay. He's really planning to wait then. He's dressed and undressed until what you want to do. If you want to dress him, then he's undressed. If you want to undress him, then he's dressed. Come on, spirits, give me back. There we go. I couldn't enjoy my meal with Yukinami watching over me like a hawk, so I scarfed it down. When I was done, Yukinami left from his chair.
食べ終わったね。それじゃあ行こっか。
Yeah, sure. My heart was heavy as I followed Yukinami. I will. He skipped ahead, clearly in a great mood. Hey, so, where are we going?
また外に行こ
The outside world? What for?
う。面白い遊びがあるんだ。
Oh no. Yukinami's idea is something fun. I couldn't say anything out loud, but the prospect was chilling. Yukinami's perception of fun and interesting varied wildly from my own. But, despite my massive reservations, I had no choice but to go along. Oh yeah, get your toe beans.
Family member texted me again. Yeah, exactly.
Aha!
Ugh.
One of my family members texted me, "Hey, do you know what this Japanese word is?" And I was like, no, I'll have to look it up." I was like, "Alright, thanks, let me know what you find." It's like, okay. Hey, you! That's my brother. Where are we going?
それはついてからのお楽しみ。
I have a bad feeling that we're gonna go to Theta. I have a really bad feeling that we're gonna go to Theta.
Yukinami seemed to have a destination in mind, but he wasn't about to tell me. 何これ? 知らないよ。
Oh god, the spirits took me! Oh my god, the spirits took me! Oh my god, the spirits took me.
Wow, I was not expecting that.
I was not expecting that!
Holly was like, "Oh, I give you a pat." Actually, never mind.
No, the spirits took me again! Oh god. Wait, what one of those? Damn, one of those was like the perfect. If I had hit. Oh, damn it. I missed. It was perfect. It was the most horrified look ever. There we go, okay.
As a result, we walked for a long time without me having any idea where we were going.
We're going to fucking Theta again.
Yukinami barely said a word. He just hummed happily to himself. Talking to Yukinami makes me nervous, but walking with him in near silence makes me even more nervous somehow. The longer the silence endured, the more I was certain Yukinami was going to do something to me. Yukinami? I finally spoke up, unable to bear the silence any longer. You've been living in Tao for a long time, right? But where did you live before that?
僕がいたところ君と同じだよ。
Yukinami's face lit up at my question. He was just happy to talk about himself. The same place as me? You mean Theta?
うんそう
His reply made something click in my mind, and a new possibility occurred to me. Is it possible he wasn't a Vector when he lived in Theta? No. Incorrect, Game Prince.
Now, this usually leads to murder.
It was not impossible to imagine Yukinami living like a normal human being in the colony, but what if he was a different person then? Thinking about it, Yukinami and the other sentient Vectors seemed a lot like Lise. So that means they were also attacked by Vectors and then got antibody shots that prevented them from transforming fully? Incorrect. It's totally feasible, but it's all just conjecture on my part until Yukinami tells me himself. Yukinami peered at my face as I gave his potential history deep thought.
その表情も好きだけど前に見た顔の方がもっと面白かったな。
What? I immediately flashed back to him choking me. My hand flew up to my neck. What? What are you planning to do?
警戒してる？別に首絞めたりしないよ。モラビアにもやめろって言われたし。
Yeah, people die when they're killed. We did.
Yukinami choked us. We almost passed out. What's really funny is that I definitely recognize that Japanese word. I recognize the Japanese word for getting choked. Wonder what that says about me. Oh, it means I've listened to a lot of drama CDs. A lot of drama CDs.
Yeah, I'm so pure. I'm so pure. I'm so precious and pure and innocent. Totally innocent.
I'm not the one that every time we're like, we need to kill someone fast. It's not like I'm the one who constantly brings up the, oh, just cut the femoral artery.
わざわざ外に出てきたんだから面白いことをしようよ。
What? What are you talking about, Phantom? What are you talking about, Phantom? What horse clip? The only horse clip I know of is the one where I was talking about the tax horse? What? The only horse clip I remember is when I was talking about when horses' legs are like fingers bone-wise, and we made a weird hand horse thing. Oh, the IRS cum tax. Yes, that whole conversation. Yes, whether bull semen was a asset or an expense. That one. Yeah, it was a bull. We figured it out. It was an expense. Can we go a single day without discussing bull semen? Yes! It's been a while since it was last brought up. Yukinami grabbed my hand and started running. Oh no.
ほら、早く早く。
Wait up!
I wasn't rushing as much as I was being dragged.
もっと早く走って。もっともっと。
Oh god.
Too fast! Please just hold on a second!
X day. Yeah, you know what? We'll have a counter. It's been so many days. It's been so many streams since the bull semen tax question was brought up. I don't know how to program that. You're fine, Phantom. You're fine.
Yukinami seemed deaf to my pleas. He just picked up speed and kept going. Soon we were flying along at an incredible pace. I get the feeling Yukinami would just drag me along the ground if I stumbled and fell. I better make sure not to lose my footing.
Look, we've gotten into some absolutely batshit crazy conversations here, and I love it. I'm sorry, I have a nail that has caught my... I've scratched myself with this nail multiple times now. I have to file it down. Or we're just gonna be... It's not gonna be a fun day for me. Okay.
Oh no, the spirits took me because I was leaning down. Come on, spirits, be nice to me. There we go.
Yeah. I love that those are our long-standing meals. Our long-standing memes. Breast milk and bull semen. Great. We're such a wholesome community. We are. We just discuss weird things.
I transformed, of course, so even at this speed I was more or less able to keep up, but I had no breath left for speaking.
God bless it. All I can do is run alongside him towards the funny head flavor. Holy shit, Zetetica. That was the perfect timing. That was the perfect timing. Honestly, the only other timing that would have been funnier is when Phantom was thirsting over Remorat. That was the only time that it would have been funnier. Peak moment to come in, Zetetica. We were talking about, I recognize the Japanese word for choking. We were talking about, oh, I'm innocent. I'm so innocent. And then Phantom brought up the bull semen question. the
Someone has joined the kingdom.
Aw, seriously. You know what? I'll give them they got the right section this time. Where's my sensor? There it is. Yeah, Yoritomo and Kagetoki. Alright, everybody, you remember the drill. Go on and, oh, amazing. Amazing. Alright. And now I go over here. Gotta go into stream elements. And the overlays. This is... I mean, dude, I wish I had that much free time. I wish I had that much free time. Session data, that's what it is. Session data totals? Settings, no. Session data... What? Oh, there we go. Save changes. Save. Yeah, anyway, bull semen. There we go! Yatta! Towards the funny had planned for me. Also, Zetetica, this man is a fucking yandere. This man is like the most yandere of yanderes ever. It's wild. Under what circumstances? It is. Oh, under what circumstances is it hot to be choked out by yandere? When you know it's coming. Like, if you're aware that that's something that can happen. Not when it just suddenly happens.
Someone has joined the kingdom.
Seriously? Or we're yeah, wow. Amazing. I love it. Could be.
Someone has joined the kingdom.
Ay, ay, ay. ねえ、これ、いいんだよね。いいんだよね。
Someone has joined the kingdom.
やめてよ。これ。Where's my... There we are. これこれ。でもさ。Alrighty. Oh, sorry to interrupt everybody's stuff. I'm sorry. That's fucking hilarious. Ay, ay, ay. Well, you all know the usual drill. Yeah. Let me turn off otome. I can figure out where that goes. There we go. There we go. Amazing. Yeah, let's go get chocoted outed. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just remember to you can report and block. Da 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 la da 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 da. I love the random. The random emojis are gonna just keep popping up, and it's fucking great.
After running for a while, the landscape began to look somewhat similar. This area, I remember seeing it along the way when we brought Lise from Theta to Tau. Is Yukinami headed towards Theta again?
Stop it!
Stop it. Yukinami applied the brakes when he saw something. I screeched to a halt as well. Yeah, some people are very serious. What? What's up?
見てあれ
Alright, make it. Look, over there. It makes him go. Wah. I looked in the direction he was pointing and spied people ahead, protective suits. Wait, can we? I guess that worked. We'll see how it works. You guys have power because you're VIP. Spiky and protective suits. Are they surveying the land? Maybe they're researchers from Theta? The only people who had any reason to leave Theta were people doing research and things of that nature. But they could only spend limited amounts of time outside the colony even with their suits, which meant Theta had to be nearby.
すごく熱心に見てるけど、君、あいつらに興味あるんだ。
What?
No, that's not it. I tried to give a nonchalant answer. Yukinami got annoyed quickly when he wasn't the center of attention. Wolf is
Wolf is
locked in emote only. Aw. Is you okay, Wolf? Yeah. I don't think it does anything for that, but... Can I turn it off? Okay, it's okay. Well, let's turn it off. We're all good. Okay. We're all good. You're alive! Take deep breaths.
今からあいつら襲うから見てて。
You're gonna mess him up. Yukinami, that might not be your best idea ever. Okay. Session data. Save changes. Save. Yeah, he's gonna make a mess of them. Certainly, certainly. Yeah, but it's so quiet. You're gonna... What? It took a few seconds, but the meaning of what Yukinami just said sank in. Wait! Yukinami seemed prepared to run towards the people, but he actually stopped when I yelled. Why? Why do you want to attack them?
だって面白いことしようって言ったじゃん。
I took a drink! Oh, and the spirits took me. Ba-ba-ba. Messing with them is your idea of fun? I couldn't follow his line of thinking at all. It's true, Yukinami had attacked countless people by now, but I couldn't understand why he dragged me all the way here to make me watch him do it. Stop, don't do it!
僕が人間を襲うのは前からやってたでしょ。なんで今さら止めるの？
It's not a matter of now versus then, though attacking people is always wrong. And you're just over here announcing that you're doing it again? Of course I'll stop you. I was desperate for Yukinami to understand me, but he just stared at me blankly. Oh yeah, we don't have chat head paps. Here, you can't see it, but I'm waving my mouse over your name, Wolf. Then the corner of his mouth twitched.
いいね。その顔も好きだな。
Ooh. What?
僕が人間を襲うって言っただけでそんな顔をするなら、実際に人間を襲ったらどんないい表情を見せてくれるんだろ
う。Oh God.
君のいろんな顔が見たくて連れてきたけど、
Great.
これなら期待以上のいい顔が見られるかも。
Yeah, no, this man's just whack.
Yukinami was looking enraptured. I simply stared, unable to process what he was saying. What? You? Yukinami's words did not compute. What was he even saying? He was no better than one of the mindless vectors that attack Theta. No, he's far worse than that. He's calculated. He makes plans to attack humans just to get a sick thrill out of my reaction. Is it calculated, though? Is it really calculated, though? Something deeper and stronger than mere fear billowed up within me.
きっといい顔見せてくれるよね。
Oh!
怪獣を殺した時もそうだったし。
Oh, Jiminy. Oh, I had to react to that. Slap him. Oh. I'm not short, though. We've talked about this. I'm 5'9". My brothers are just goddamn giants. Yeah, I say it's slapping time. He liked it. Oh. Before I knew it, I'd reached out and slapped Yukinami's face.
Huh?
Stop talking nonsense! You want to kill humans just to see what expression I'll make? Hurting people for your own amusement, that's utterly sick. How fucking ironic. How fucking ironic. How ironic. Yukinami seemed completely taken aback. He just stared at me.
どうして僕を殴るの
Apparently, my words didn't register with Yukinami. He just focused on the fact that I'd slapped him in the face. He still doesn't get why I'm upset. The slap didn't seem to do what I intended. Why do you keep trying to do such horrible things? You said you planned to attack humans just to see what kind of face I'd make. You can't hurt people for the sake of fun.
でも君も今僕に暴力を振るったよね僕がしようとしたことと何が違うの
It wasn't for fun. I hit you to stop you from doing something terrible.
Yeah.
You try to hurt humans for no good reason, right? That's very different from the reason why I just slapped you.
その理由が正しいかどうかなんて人それぞれでしょ君の理由が正しいってどうして言い切れるの僕の理由が正しくないとか君が決められることじゃないと思うんだけどな
Yeah, spritz. Well, Yukinami was wrong. But I could feel the danger radiating from his words, so I didn't argue back. God bless it. Yeah, you don't practice moral relativity in this household, young man. I really blew that argument, but I still can't let him hurt those people. Yukinami grinned as I stood there worrying.
やめた人間を襲うの
So, prediction. Let's make a poll. Let's make a poll. New poll. All right. Will Prince end up liking or disliking Yukinami's route? Oh, no, I'm here. I just fell silent for a second because I was typing. All right, here we go. Here goes the poll.
Yeah.
We can fix him. Yeah, we'll fix him. It'll be totally fine. Fix him through pegging. Did everybody select dislike? Did anybody select like, actually? Somebody picked like? Okay. Interesting. Give me 1 second to finish doing a few things. You have high hopes for this? Oh, okay. There we go. It can pull it up. The slap has potential. We'll see. Yeah. What? Seriously? For a shining second, I thought I'd gotten through to him, but I was dead wrong.
人間を襲うよりも君と遊んだ方が楽しそうだから
Oh! Playing?
こういうこと
Oh god! You know what? Yeah, that's the voice acting for that line. Yukinami suddenly launched an attack on me, which I dodged by the skin of my teeth. I didn't get through him at all!
今の攻撃よく避けたねまあこっちも本気じゃなかったけど
Well then, what are you doing? That was dangerous!
怒った その顔もいいな。
Yeah, we're entering the abusive relationship phase. He wasn't actually listening to a word I was saying. Yukinami isn't someone you can reason with. What do I do? Oh my, well... Decision time. Well, he's already 50%. That's wild. Well, what if this is a bad end? Alright, we're not gonna turn and run, but I can't attack him. Shit. I guess we have to attack him. I hesitate for only a moment. I'm out of options. I have to attack him. I launched an attack using my psychokinesis.
おっと、急に本気出してきたね。
Yeah, like a Pokemon.
そこのくっちゃ。
Yeah, we'll assert our dominance. Okay, that didn't bad end us. Was really worried there. I dodged that one too, but that attack, he really meant to hit me with it. Stopping Yukinami would be difficult, but all I really had to do was distract him long enough to let those people escape. It's either Dom or B-Dom. Smack his nuts. We have many conflicting opinions in chat. Well, actually, I don't think they're all that conflicting. Everybody wants to brat tame this piece of shit. I hate to admit it, but based on raw power alone, I can't win against Yukinami. I'm gonna have to hit him with everything I've got. I'll allow that! I'll allow that! Here's your Rip Wolf. Even if that means giving him what he wants.
いいね、その顔。もっと見せてよ。
The butt.
君のいい顔。
The, yeah, a good old classic Otome tackle. It's been a while since we've got one of those. Otome caught, grab his dick and was like, wait, you can't say that. Put a leash on him? He might like that. He battered me with attacks, but I was able to keep dodging them.
よけろよけろ。
I'm gonna go on a tangent. I have to do this. I'm gonna go on a freaking tangent. Paradigm Paradox. Yukinami. Voice actor. His voice is so familiar. Okay. Ooh, voice shoe. Bratty be shonen? Eh. Come on, where is Yukinami? Why is his voice so familiar? He hasn't been in that much. He was in A3? Okay. He was Hyodo. Okay. He's in... Oh, and he's in Even If Tempest. Well, goodness. Okay. They do seem to have a little bit of overlap. Bratty's annoying, Sundere is endearing. Yeah, because like Tsundere is just kind of like, I don't like you. Bratty is like actively antagonizing. Yukinami is enjoying toying with me. If he was serious, I'd be dead meat by now. I wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't getting anywhere by simply dodging, though. I lobbed an attack at him. Yeah. Shoot, he's so fast I can't hit him.
ほらほら、もっと攻撃してみなよ。そんなんじゃ当たんないよ。
I can't let this become a war of attrition. I need to get back to Tao before I collapse. If I could make it back to Tao, I could get Moravia to stop Yukinami for me. Moravia didn't tell Yukinami not to hurt me, but I wasn't sure why. Yukinami seems to have forgotten what Moravia said. But if he saw her, he wouldn't be able to disobey. My legs were shaking, but I turned and started running away from the researchers.
わあ、君のそんな顔初めて見るかも。すごい必死な感じ。
Yukinami apparently thought we were playing chase. He ran beside me, but he playfully poked me in the shoulder instead of trying to stop me. He doesn't really want to attack me. I guess that's the one saving grace in this mess. I dodged Yukinami's poking and prodding as I focused on running as fast as possible. Yeah, peekaboo to death. I think he'd like that. Finally, somehow, I reached Tao. I'd just run a rather gruesome marathon, but I couldn't relax.
走るスピードが落ちてるよ。このままじゃ捕まっちゃうぞ。
Ah! Where's Baravia? Even Hugo would do at this point. But despite my best hopes, we didn't come across anyone. Suddenly, I spotted one of the nicer-looking buildings we passed by on Yukinami's recent tour. I'll take shelter in there for now. Are we gonna get to see Uncle this route?
ああ、ダメダメ。
Shit.
もっと遊ぼうよ。
Yukinami seemed to have read my mind. He grabbed my arm and tried to stop me. I can't take any more. If I don't get away from Yukinami, he's gonna run me to death. Let go!
Oh.
I slapped his hand away as hard as I could. My desperation gave me strength, and Yukinami seemed surprised by how forceful I was. As soon as Yukinami's hand was off me, I reached for the building's doorknob and slid inside. Yep, we get to meet Uncle! I finally escaped into the building. That would be unfortunate. I slid to the ground by backing against the door. Yukinami was still on the other side of said door. It was still too early to relax, but I was spent. I had exceeded the limits of my energy. I paused to catch my breath, then transformed back into my school uniform. Huh? When I finally caught my breath, I was able to get a good look around at my shelter. I just ran in here to get from Yukinami, but it looks like someone's house. Forgetting about Yukinami for a minute, I stared around me in wonder.
そこにいるのは誰だい?
Uncle! I jumped, surprised by the voice. There was a man at the back of the room. He must have been the owner from the house. Oh, he seemed like a total normal human. Totally normal human. Not perfect like Yukinami or Hyuga. That's right. Yukinami did mention that there was another human here besides me and Lise. He must have been referring to this man. Yeah, Uncle, you sound just like your email text-to-speech. I was so relieved to see another human that I felt the tension drain away from me. I scrambled my feet and bowed. I'm so sorry to intrude. I promise I'm not some weirdo. I mean, not to say I'm exactly normal, but... Anyway, my name is Prince Takanashi. With my hasty introduction complete, I lifted my head and looked at the man for the first time. For some reason, the man's eyes grew wide when he saw my face. Is something wrong? Is there something on my face? Maybe he was just surprised to see another normal-looking person in a place like Tao. While I was thinking about what to do next, the man closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and gave himself a little shake.
ところで、ずいぶん慌てていたようだね。
What? We were told that there were other humans here. Hey, Uncle, why aren't you telling us who you are? That's when I remembered the reason why I barged into this house in the first place. Ah, yes. See, I was being chased. I spotted this house, so I ran inside to escape.
おや、それは物騒な話だな。君を追っているという誰かは、まだ外にいるのか?
Yes, Yukinami is still out there, but please, don't let him in. The man nodded, clearly seeing I was panicking. Oh, thank you. Another voice suddenly spoke up behind the man.
誰か来たと思ったら君だったんだね。
Ah, Ibuki! Another man, a younger one, came into view. He turned and gave me a warm smile. Huh? I've seen this guy before, but where? I shuffled through my memories until I recalled that I originally met him in Theta. Ibuki, right?
そうだよ。こんにちは。
Hello. Oh! Yeah, we saw Miss Ibuki up on the roof. We were like, why is this weird man on the roof giving high schoolers, like, riddles? Yeah. No, not Ibuki. We're not related to Ibuki. Wow.
外に雪波がいるって聞こえたんだけど、まさか君に何かした?
Well, I hesitated. I wasn't sure if I should be spilling all the details to Ibuki. I'm thinking about it some more. Why is someone from Theta here in Tao anyway? Could he be a Vector too? I don't know Ibuki's relationship with Yukinami and the others. Would telling him the truth backfire later? Ibuki watched me hem and haw, then sighed as if he knew what I was thinking.
まあいいや。大体のことは想像がつくよ。雪波も困った子だな。
I've been looking at Plushie Dreadful. Some of their stuff is super cute. But I literally bought myself all of the presents I can for the rest of the year. So, no more presents. No more Prince buys himself presents.
雪並みのせいで怖い思いをさせてしまったかな。
Oh,
ごめんね。
What? I wanted to know why Ibuki was the one doing the apologizing for Yukinami. It's up there. It's up there. Also, yeah. Ooh, ah. No, don't skip. Don't skip. Okay, well that's better. I don't know if they're still doing the... Nope, okay, it timed out. But they had a nice little, they had a sale-ish going on. Oh, but also, you were here last night when I relayed this cool information, Wolf. But did you know that I am in the top 32.2% of creators on Throne in terms of gifts received? You guys spoil me. You guys spoil me. I put so much stuff on Throne. I'll have to update some of them, because I think the price has changed, and I don't think it updates automatically. But, we'll see. I think it... Does it update automatically? Oh, it still is. Okay. Awesome, cool. It is still updated for sales and stuffs. But yeah. That was a very fun, $1,000 worth of citric acid. No. Sweet, cool. I thank you for head pass. Okay. I want to know why Ibuki was the one doing the apologizing for Yukinami.
雪並みは僕が叱っておくよ。君は少しの間、ここにいるといい。
No, it's for eating. Aw, damn. Ibuki opened the door and left before I could respond. Yeah, I think... I don't think that's one of the sites that they have in it, and because I don't have the Stripe integration set up, I can't do like cash pool stuff. But I did put the eShop stuff up there. I did get an eShop gift card up there. So that should be helpful. Ibuki opened the door. Ibuki opened the door and left before I could respond. I watched him go, completely dumbstruck. Is Ibuki going to be alright by himself?
大丈夫だ。彼を心配する必要はないよ。
The man spoke with confidence. They were acquaintances after all, so I figured he'd know. The man offered me a chair. I was so tired I plopped down on it without a second thought. The man brought over 2 bugs. He put one down in front of me. Is this the other room where we get to see our uncle?
温かいお茶だ。
Is he going to tell
ま
us?
ずはこれでも飲んで落ち着きなさい。
Or is he going to tell us? Thank you very much. I accepted the tea gladly and took a sip. It instantly made me feel warm and calm. The mystery man sat across from me and coughed. Yeah, I hope so.
それにしても珍しい客人だ。
I think it
君は
is.
なぜタウに？
A lot of stuff happened to me and I wound up coming here with my friend. I wasn't sure how I should tell him, so I tried to keep my story vague. The man seemed to notice I wasn't telling the whole story, but he didn't press me. But why are you Why do you live here? You're human, right?
もちろん人間だ。だがもう随分長いことここで暮らしている。
I understand why they made this character, why they made Uncle come in this route, because Yukinami is also one of the
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yukinami's also one of the experiment children that lived in the research facility that Uncle oversaw.
A chiropractor?
Both Satanic are like, chiropractor?
Chiropractors are awesome. I like chiropractors. They've helped me a lot. Nah, you're good, you're good.
We knew what you meant, apparently.
I'm from Theta. You are too, right? The man nodded. May I ask your name?
名前か。そんなものはここに来た時に捨てたよ。元は研究者だったが、私は逃げ出した人間でね。
I forgot, because we haven't seen him in a route, I forgot how badly they handled his recording and how angry it makes me. I love this man's voice. He sounds so good as Moriogai in Bungo Stray Dogs. That's like the #1 role of his that I could think of off the top of my head. Here he sounds like he's coated in cotton. He sounds like they put him in a sock.
ただ名無しは困ると周りからは先生と
We
呼ば
don't
れている。
know he's our uncle.
Professor, then, why'd you run away?
逃げてきた理由など忘れてしまったよ。それより君の方こそなぜ雪並から逃げてきたんだ？
I have no idea, because he's already like pretty up there in age.
I was trying to save lives. We got off topic of the man's identity, but I was just happy to talk to someone. Besides, I was hoping he'd have some good advice. I chose my words carefully before speaking again. Yukinami gets a kick out of seeing my different facial expressions, so he planned to attack some humans to see how I'd react.
Oh, that sucks. Oh.
Owie, owie. Yeah, many head pats. Many head pats for Phantom. Oh my god.
It was bad enough when my shoulder was half dislocated. I can't imagine it being fully dislocated.
Yukinami's been attacking people for a long time. I do know that much. But learning he brought me all the way out just to watch him do that, it made me really angry. Yukinami didn't understand why I was mad, so he didn't really attack. He didn't really react. He just started attacking me for the fun of it. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta get better so you can hug Remoran.
それでやむなく逃げてきたというわけか。
I nodded and all my feelings came spilling out. Phantom dislocated his shoulder. I'm afraid of Yukinami. He has this childlike innocence, but is also thoughtlessly cruel. He doesn't know right from wrong. It's almost as if he was raised without learning about vital emotions or social cues.
なるほどな。君が雪並みに抱いた印象は間違っていないだろう。
Hey now, why was I your first?
You're good, boy.
He cut an AC down. No murder necessary. The AC has already been murdered. I lifted my head to look at the professor. He continued.
確かにあの子は大切なことを学ぶ機会がないままここまで来てしまったのだから。
I looked at him curiously. It almost sounded like the professor knew all about Yukinami. Does that mean you know how Yukinami grew up?
彼がただの害獣ではないことはわかるね。
Well, that's a good question. I don't know.
Wow.
Oh, nice. We're already at 3-1. We're probably not going to finish the game. Oh, we're probably not going to finish the game, but we'll get pretty far.
Yes. I thought about everything I knew and what I'd seen of Yukinami so far. He's selfish, he pitches a fit if he's not the center of attention, but he also tried to protect me from those vectors. He does have a kind side. Does he? He has his good points and his bad points. In a way, you could argue that Yukinami is very human. So, just like the other vectors, that must mean Yukinami was originally... excuse me. Something really close to human, I think. There was so much I still didn't understand, but I couldn't put my finger on what exactly I was missing. The professor nodded sagely, seeing I was at least familiar with the true nature of the vectors.
君も予想しているかもしれないが、雪並は元人間だ。
Moto ningen. Oh, former human, originally human.
Good job, Zataka. That's a good one. That's a good one. Here, you can have a Badumtus. I knew it. Not a surprise based on the things Yukinami said.
元が人間であった点は他の害獣たちと同じだが、彼はその中でも異質な特別な存在だと言える。そしてあの子のそばにはもう一人の特別な存在がいた。
Whoa, whoa. Ugh. Ugh. Goodness gracious, sorry. I've got stretching. So you mean Moravia?
その通りだ。
There it is.
雪並みの生まれは私もいたシータの研究所だった。
I gasped, shocked. So before he came here, he was a member of Theta's research lab.
モラビアも同じ研究所の出身で、生まれたのは雪並みより少し早かった。二人はとある実験の結果、生まれながらにして超能力を持っており、研究者たちはこぞって彼らの能力を研究した。だが研究が進むにつれ、モラビアの能力の高さが際立っていった。
Because he didn't tell us his name. We've never seen him before in person. Ah. Gotcha. Well, it sucks that you got hurt doing someone a favor. That's always the worst. But yeah, we've never seen Uncle in person before, and he didn't give us his name. He didn't tell us who he was. So I think we only know who he is in Ibuki's route.
おのずと研究者たちの興味の対象は雪並みよりもモラビアに移ってしまった。
So Yukinami was abandoned. The professor said nothing. He just looked away.
私も研究者側だったのだから人のことは言えないが、研究者というのは身勝手なものだ。研究のためと考えれば、倫理観など捨てられる。
I hope the appointment helps you feel better, Phantom. I need to get in with my chiropractor. My hips are fucking killing me.
研究者たちはあの二人を研究材料としてしか見ていなかった。だからより優秀な個体がいれば、そうでない方はないがしろにできたんだ。
Yeah, many blessings for your hurty arm. I silently clenched my fists. I thought about how Yukinami must have felt when that happened, and my heart began to ache.
まだ幼かった雪並は自分が注目されなくなってただただ悲しかったのだろうな。それこそ子供らしいいたずらから超能力を使った危険な行為まで、自分に注目してもらうためなら何でもやった。
Yeah, time to get unglow-sticked.
しかしそんなことをしても疎まれるばかりで、雪並が注目されることはなかった。
The any attention is good attention. Rabbit hole.
ある時二人は研究所から逃げ出して、その後ここへ流れ着いたようだ。ただ雪並が幼い頃に抱いた注目してほしいという思いは今も強く持ち続けているのだろう。
The professor closed his mouth, apparently finished. That's why he learned to chuckle. I was almost too sad to speak. With a childhood like that, it's no wonder Yukinami wound up the way he is. In other words, Yukinami was a victim too. His behavior caused me a lot of trouble, but it wasn't his fault he ended the way he did. He ended up the way he did. Hush you. I wish my hips hurt because of something fun. No, they just hurt because they're shitty. I know this much. Yukinami's a human. I don't get why he insists he's a vector. A human with superpowers. Sounds a bit like me.
そうかもしれないね。
I hadn't even realized I'd spoken aloud until the professor nodded in agreement. I was so distracted by my thoughts, I didn't even notice the look on the professor's face. My latent powers woke up so suddenly. I wonder what it's like to actually be born with powers like these. What if I'd been made into a test subject because of my powers? Would I still be the same person I am today? Then the professor spoke again.
君の話を聞いて思ったんだが、おそらく雪並は君に構って欲しかったんだろうね。
So basically, he just wants attention?
それもあると思うし、君にというところに強くこだわっている気がする。
Me? But why? I couldn't imagine, but thinking back on the things Yukinami had done, I started to feel like the professor was onto something. Yeah, science iPad. Yeah, he's building our pigtails because he likes us, so not a good start. Whenever I spoke to Yukinami or asked him to talk about himself, he lit right up. He'd been downright giddy when I said I'd spend time with him. And he only planned to attack those researchers so he could get a reaction out of me.
なぜなのか、はっきりしたことは本人に聞いてみないことにはわからない。
Uh-huh. The professor grinned as if he'd already surmised the answer.
君は雪並みのことを恐れているようだが、それでいて理解しようともしている。
Uh-huh.
君のそういうところが雪並みにとって好ましくて、話しやすい相手だと感じているのかもしれない。
Aw.
さて、私が雪並みについて話せることはこれくらいだ。君はこれからどうするんだい？
Based on what you told me, I feel like I have to find a way to help Yukinami. I can't just let him go on like this. I don't look at people and go, "Aw, yeah, that man's sexy. I want to have sex with that man." That's the extent of my asexuality, really. And I'm more like in the weird, like, gray area. Gray ace. It's happened like once or twice, I think. But I've never just like seen a person and been like, I'd tap that. Doesn't really happen to me. If I leave, Yukinami will only latch onto someone else and try to get their attention instead, and he might wind up hurting them. Fictional men are different. I'll see a fictional man and be like, woo, woo, woo. I like him, but he's fictional. Not a real person. I did look at Megatron and be like, ooh, ooh, ooh. I can! Oh, God. I think if Yukinami opened Cocomelon, I think I would throw the iPad. I'd be like, nope. Nope. Not even you can escape the bonk, Zetetica. I really want to talk to him. I want to have a real conversation with Yukinami. I feel like pity him is bad. I feel sorry for him. Yeah, no, that's not what we want. Oh, God. I want to have a real conversation with Yukinami. I spoke my thoughts out loud.
何を話すつもりだい？
I still don't know, but I need to confront him and talk things out. I just feel like it needs to be done. I think Yukinami's just starved for proper attention. He needs someone to see him, to open up and communicate with him. He needs a licensed therapist. And not a high schooler.
君の考えは分かった。それならもう
Yeah, he
一
needs
度
a
雪
mom
並みと
and a
向き合ってみる
counselor.
といい。君ならきっとできるだろう。
I'll try. The professor's encouragement was a big help. I have to be more positive and forward-thinking. I have to take action. I needed to strike while the iron was hot, as the old-timers used to say. I got to my feet, and the professor smiled. That is not an old saying. That's not an old saying. Strike while the iron's hot is still used to this day. What? You know what? Whatever. Whatever.
困ったことになったら、また私が話を聞こう。
True. Thank you. I'll give it my all. Then I left the professor's house, feeling a whole lot better than I did when I entered it. After leaving and walking for a while, I realized something. Huh? When I let slip that I have superpowers too. Well, this is, way in the future. This game is way in the future. The professor didn't seem the least bit surprised. Still, given how much he seemed to know about Yukinami, maybe it wasn't surprising he knew something about me too. And maybe there was some reason he couldn't talk freely about how he knew me. Right now I have to worry about finding Yukinami. Alright, well that's all the information we get from our uncle. Now, which way did he go? Ibuki said he was going to try and talk to Yukinami, but I couldn't see either of them anywhere. Thinking about it, Ibuki said he'd handle it, but would he be so confident if Yukinami got seriously violent? Maybe Ibuki's really strong himself? Hard to say. I don't know who he is, really. I began searching for Yukinami. I wasn't sure which direction he was likely to have gone, so I just checked random places. As I walked around searching, I spotted a familiar figure up ahead. It's Yukinami! Found him! He was standing in the middle of a deserted road, all alone. After hearing what the professor said, Yukinami now looked unbearably sad and forlorn to me. Oh my. Alright, well, we're gonna call his name. He liked it. Yukinami! When I called his name, Yukinami jumped and turned to look at me.
Oh.
Punch him again! Yukinami gazed at me for a moment, frowning, and then he suddenly lit up with a big smile.
どうしたの?
His smile reflected his happiness at hearing me call his name. He was seemingly just glad to get my attention.
やっと僕と遊ぶ気になった?
Yeah, I guess so. Having said that, I don't want a repeat of what happened, though. What I went through earlier. How can I get that through to him? As I tried to piece together what I wanted to say, Yukinami's expression suddenly turned hard. Sad.
ああ、そうだった。
What's up?
いや、伊吹に怒られちゃったんだ。だから君と遊ぶのはダメかも。
So apparently Yukinami obeys Ibuki as well as he does Moravia. Ibuki said you're not allowed to play with me?
そうは言ってないけど、さっきみたいなのはもうするなって。でもどんな遊びならよくて、どんな遊びはダメなのかなんてわかんないし。
Apparently Ibuki had really let him have it. Yukinami looked so forlorn. It was honestly kind of cute. He seemed to have calmed down a lot. It was probably a good time to try and talk to him. Then let's play in a way that won't make Ibuki mad. If it's something I come up with myself, I think Ibuki should be fine with it. Yukinami looked to be, his lower lip trembling a little.
本当に? どんな遊びをするの?
For example... I looked around and spotted exactly what I needed, next to Yukinami's feet. There are little flowers growing here. So even in a place like this, flowers still bloom. I smiled and bent down, gesturing to the flowers. Yukinami, look how pretty these flowers are.
花?
Yukinami looked down at his feet, surprised, as if he'd never noticed the flowers before.
本当だ。かわいいね。
Oh god! I am, yes! Oh no, the spirits took me! Celebrate. Yeah, I am multi-streaming. I'm both here and YouTube's because it's now allowed. Yeah, yesterday was our first test run. Today I ran into a smidgen of a hiccup, and so it didn't get the full 5-minute opening section, but honestly, that part's completely fine for it to miss. Yeah. Working on getting that public watch hours up. We're at 328. That's one higher than we were yesterday. We were at 327 yesterday, and now we're at 328. Woo, woo, woo. It's all good. Do you know if flowers like this are blooming in other areas of town?
そうだな。今まであんまり気にしてなかったけど、他にも見たことあった気もするな。
Yeah. Yeah. Then let's try finding them. It'll be like a treasure hunt. The search for the pretty flowers of Tao.
それも遊びっていうの？
Yep. Playing doesn't simply mean going berserk and knocking stuff down. What do you think? You want to play with me? I looked at Yukinami affectionately as I waited for his answer. Yukinami reached out for a flower, mumbling.
そんな遊び方知らなかった。でも、一人じゃないなら楽しいかも。やってもいいよ。
I don't think I want to kiss this man. I think I want to adopt him as my child. I'm like, you are fucked up. Yeah, you are fucked up, little child. He's not a child, but, you know.
Alright, let's go.
うん。
We both smiled and dashed off. We combed Tao side by side.
花はどこかな？
Aww. Yukinami skipped along. Just the act of moving around seemed fun to him, and his enthusiasm was infectious.
Look, more flowers here too.
うわー、ほんとだ。こんな隅っこに咲いてるのよく見つけたね。僕も負けてらんないな。
Aww, teaching this crazy, just absolutely traumatized man how to play. Yeah, a much safer game.
Yukinami was determined to make our flower hunt a competition, which was kind of funny.
It's not a contest, you know.
わかってる。あ、僕も花見っけ。
Hmm? That flower looks weird.
と思ったら花っぽい虫だった。
Eek! I was way too close to the bug when it moved. I practically leaped out of my skin in shock. Yukinami looked at me, thoroughly amused.
びっくりしすぎ。
I mean, I thought it was a flower.
あ、ほらほらあれ見て。今度は本当に花だよ。
It's really a flower this time.
I looked where Yukinami was pointing. I saw a clump of flowers growing from a crack. Wow, these are especially pretty.
よく見れば花っていろんな形があるんだね。今まで花なんて全部同じかと思ってた。
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'd prefer to, like, raise him and, like, reparent him. He didn't get first round of parenting, so second round. That also might be because of how... No. Nobody in this game has a solid age. He's like... maybe 18? We're maybe 17, 18?
新しいことを発見すると前と同じ場所のは
Or
ず
wait,
な
no,
のに
we're freshmen.
前とは全然違う景色に見えてくる
So
な。
we're probably 15. We're probably 15. Which, and Yukinami is probably in like 18-ish. 17, 18. Yeah, parenting do-over.
地味な遊びだけどなんかこういうのも楽しいかも。
None, they don't do anything that would be bad. The most they do is they kiss and hold hands and fight. Yeah, they start high school. They start high school late. Yeah.
I'm glad you think so. I'm having fun too.
Well, okay, the choking out was bad, but
I brought my face close to the flower and breathed in its delicate scent. Yukinami, this flower smells really good.
え、僕も嗅ぐ。
Then Yukinami brought his face to the flower to have a sniff for himself.
本当だ。気をつけないとわかんないくらいうっすらといい匂いがする。君が教えてくれなかったら気づかなかったよ。ありがとう。
Oh. While I was distracted by the flower, Yukinami's face moved so close to mine I could almost touch his cheek. His face is right next to mine.
well, okay. I literally can't say anything because I watched a fight. There were so many fights that went on in my middle school. We were, like, people walked 5 minutes down to the park for fights and drugs. Like, it was just a known thing. And my elementary school was literally right next door to my middle school, too, so... Well, one of my elementary schools. And then in high school, no, that middle school, yeah, that middle school is also the one where we got kicked out of one of those bowling and game places. Yeah. God. We got banned from going to one of those like bowling game places because a couple was having sex in the lunar golf. And they found them out. We also had we had gang problems and pregnant middle schoolers. Yeah. Yeah, in middle school. It was wild. My middle school was wild. We also had people busted for drugs and alcohol and cigarettes in the bathroom. There was also one time in the... Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There was also one time that I was in gym and there was a used condom in the gym. I just went to an interesting middle school. Look, if I had to rate coolness between cigarettes and, like, vaping, cigarettes. Vaping is just stupid looking. Yeah. Oh, wait. Have I ever told you guys about the one person in my middle school who got his cousin pregnant? That was a fun story. That was a fun... That was a fun thing to hear about in science class. Oh god. Yeah, basically one of the kids in my science class that I'd known for like quite a long time because I went to the middle school that like, yeah. I went to the middle school that fed into the I went to the elementary school that fed into the middle school that I went to for like 2 years, and then I went to another elementary school for 2 years, and then I went to that middle school. So I knew pretty much everybody in that middle school. Because we'd gone to school together for a while. And one of my classmates was gone for like a while. And we weren't... Yeah. We were like, where did he go? Like, what's wrong? He's gone for a while. No. And he came back and we're like, whoa, what happened? Like, where have you been? And he's like, well, things in my family's been getting kind of crazy. And we're like, whoa, what happened? And he's like, so my cousin's pregnant. And we're like, what? Like, all of us little middle schoolers, like, what? Because this was 7th grade. We knew how pregnancy worked. They all knew how pregnancy worked and how sex worked. And they were like, what? And he was like, yeah, she's pregnant. And it's mine. And we were all like, huh? And basically he was talking about how it was a whole huge deal with his family because like his cousin got kicked out and now she was living with them, but she lived in another state, so they had to like move her out, and it was like, whoa, wild. So yeah, that happened. I heard that story in 7th grade. And then I moved halfway through 8th grade, and I never saw the dude again. I don't even know if he was telling the truth, but that's such a wild story. Why would he make it up? Oh, this is when I was in Earth. This is when I was in Earth. Was living on Earth. I'd never been this close to a boy before. Shaken, I quickly moved away. His eyelashes, they're so long. I've never had a chance to notice before now, but Yukinami is a good-looking guy. Is he? I couldn't
let go of that thought easily, but I changed the subject to hide my blush. The flowers we saw before were a different species. I bet we'll find more if we look.
花の種類か。それってどれくらいあるんだろう。
Yukinami jumped right on the new topic without noticing anything was amiss. I'm not really an expert. I have no idea. But I bet we can find quite a few different species in Tao. We could look for them, like taking a survey. Yukinami seemed excited by this prospect. His voice grew louder. No, I don't think this MC is good taste in men.
それ面白そう。やってみようよ。
Nope. Okay, I hope we find a lot.
調べ物なんて初めてだな。なんかワクワクする。
I couldn't stop myself from smiling in response to Yukinami's youthful exuberance. I found his innocence frightening at first, but I think I'm okay now. Finding out about his past helped a lot. We found many types of flowers blooming in Tao as we walked along, scanning the ground. Yukinami and I fell into an easy conversation as we hunted for flowers. I was no longer worrying about making him angry or getting anxious about what he might do to me. We were just hanging out like normal people. That's when I realized Yukinami was staring at me.
君ってそんな顔もするんだね。
What kind of face is it?
僕、その顔が一番好きかも。
But what sort of face am I making? Jeez, I hope it's nothing too weird. Until now, Yukinami expressed delight over my terror and anger. No good emotions, in other words. But I stopped worrying as soon as I saw his bright smile. It feels like he's changing little by little. I hope I can steer him in the right direction. In a better direction. We looked around for flowers a little more and found several species. They're blooming all over the place, huh?
うん。でも最初に見た花が一番可愛かったかな。
Aww. Yeah, it warmed my heart to hear Yukinami express fondness for a flower. Then let's go back to where we started. Which day was it again? Yeah. All of Tao's ruined buildings look the same as each other. I hadn't really gotten my bearings yet.
来て。こっち。
I followed along behind Yukinami.
あったあった。あの花だ。
We returned to the first flower we saw, and Yukinami dashed over to it excitedly.
やっぱり思った通りだ。この花が今日見た花の中で一番可愛いや。
Yukinami beamed at the flower. He beckoned me over and pointed at it.
ねえ、そこに座ってみて。
Oh, excuse me. Right here? Okay. I wasn't sure what Yukinami was planning, but I sat near the flower like I'd been told. Yukinami inspected the blooms, then carefully picked one.
ちょっとじっとしてて。
You! Anohana. What's he gonna do? Yukinami held the flower out to me. I stiffened up again, just a little bit.
これでよしと。
Aww. Ah. Yukinami tucked the flower into my hair. I had honestly not been expecting that. My eyes widened in surprise, and Yukinami smiled warmly.
君に似合うんじゃないかなって思ったから。
Very cute. He picked the flower with me in mind? His kindness made me smile, and I found myself murmuring, "Thank you." Yukinami grinned like a happy child.
いいなあ、その顔。さっきと同じ。さっきより今の顔の方が好きかも。
Ah.
君の笑った顔。
Yukinami. Yukinami's hand moved from the flower to stroke my hair. His touch wasn't aggressive, nor did he manhandle me like a well-used toy. Whoa! That's a sentence! It's gentle, as if he's touching something precious. Good night, General. Sleep well! I was both happy and embarrassed. My face felt like it was on fire. That was a line. That was certainly a line. Okay. I've never been touched like this before. I feel all mixed up inside. Can we please word these better? I wasn't sure how to handle the emotions that were growing inside of me. I decided to put them aside for the moment. Maybe I'll be able to express how I feel to Yukinami now. Thank you, Yukinami, for the flower and stroking my hair. Those things make me very happy. But in the future, perhaps we shouldn't pick flowers.
どうして？
Yeah. Oh, wait a second! I just noticed it. You get bonked. Flowers are living things. They work very hard to grow their pretty petals. It's sad if someone comes around and picks them, right?
花も生きてる
Yukinami looked astonished at my suggestion that flowers are living things. I continued to explain. Right, living things like you and me. You said you like my smiling face, right? If so, please make other living things smile too. When you meet someone or something you like, try showing them kindness so they'll like you. I touched Yukinami's hand lightly, hoping he'd get it. Like the kindness you showed me just now.
優しさで示す
I don't think Otome and Tom connected the dots.
Yukinami repeated those words quietly, as if he was trying to digest their meaning, and watched him in silence. After thinking for a few moments, Yukinami looked me in the eyes.
その花どうすればいい
He seemed a little guilty. Apparently he understood what I was saying after all. I smiled as I touched the flower. I'll put this flower in my room as a decoration. It'll brighten my room, so it won't go to waste. I think it'll like doing that.
飾る
It was as if he had no concept of using flowers to decorate. He clearly couldn't visualize it. Putting flowers on display helps perk up a room. Once we get back, I'll show you.
本当じゃあ
Yeah.
早く帰ろう
A touch out of my head when you're not around. I'm not a touch. Yukinami took my hand. He tugged me gently this time, not like earlier when he dragged me like a dog on a leash. I squeezed his hand back.
Yeah, exactly.
For the next few days, we scouted around.
It caught that one too. If you had just spelled it out, it wouldn't have caught it. It registered it as a different term.
For the next few days, we scouted around town looking for different flowers. While out on another flower walk, I thought about how peaceful the last few days had been. I could never have imagined being so at ease before. Elise's condition has really improved too. She still gets tired easily, but she's able to walk around her room now. Slowly, And I'm not really scared of Yukinami anymore. I need to talk about with Lise. I don't think we still need to rush our escape.
ねえ僕思ったんだけどさ
Uh-huh, that's dangerous.
I looked up at Yukinami.
花って何なんだろう
What are flowers?
I was at a loss to explain that at first.
What suddenly makes you keen on botany?
哲学とか知らないけど花ってなんで咲くんだろうって思ったんだ
I don't know what botany is.
あれっていつの間にか咲いて
Yeah.
その後は気づいたら消えてるよね消えるんならなんで咲くのかなって
I think this is the first time I've heard Yukinami voice this kind of thought. He was starting to show curiosity about the world around him. That was a big step. That said, I still wasn't sure how to respond. I wanted to encourage his growth.
Yeah, man-child discovers mortality.
Well, flowers bloom in order to make seeds. Once their job is done, they wilt.
種なんで種を作るの
To make offspring, I mean new friends.
That is... No!
Yukinami seemed to find my explanation somewhat sad.
そっか花も一人じゃ寂しいんだね
That's right, they need lots of friends. Two? It's like Yukinami's comparing the flower's feelings to his own. If Yukinami hadn't been raised in a lab, he probably would have grown up to be kind and consider a person. I hope he continues to change bit by bit. He's already improved so much. Taking leisurely walks with him was lots of fun. Doing so made old places seem new.
おおこんなところにつぼみがついてる前見た時はなかったよね
Where are we in this flowchart? Oh, we're 3-2. Wow, we have gotten really far in. We started on 1-1. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're on our 5th one.
Oh yeah, we'll see some flowers there soon.
どんな花が咲くんだろう楽しみだなあこっちにはダンゴムシがいるよこいつって指でつっつくと丸くなるんだよね
Pillbugs, I nodded with a tight smile on my face. I started to feel a little lightheaded. not really a fan of bugs, though I guess most people could say the same thing. Pill bugs aren't too bad. Not that I'm itching to go around touching them. I tried to hide how creeped out I was, but I guess the emotion spread on my face anyway. I started to inch away. Yukinami watched me curious.
もしかして君虫が怖いの？
How could you tell?
そんなのわかるよ。結構露骨に避けてる感じだったから。
The bugs are cool.
Why would you do that, Satetica?
それにこの間だって花だと思ったら虫だったって時にすっごい驚いてたでしょ。
Oh no, I'm not a Wawa. I'll get some later. Yikes, he's more perceptive than I give credit for. Or maybe I'm completely lacking in anything resembling a poker face.
なんで虫なんかが怖いの？君だって僕ほどじゃないけど強いんだから虫くらいやっつけられるでしょ？
I'll cut you some slack there. The true reason to fear our knight.
It's not an issue of how powerful I am, it's more that I'm grossed out. Anyway, I'm not really scared, I just don't like him much. Yeah.
虫が嫌いなんだ。
What? Yikes, the way this conversation is going, I have to wonder if he's gonna scare me with a bug just to see how I'll react. Or is he gonna declare himself my anti-bug knight and go around killing every last insect in Tao? I don't want either thing to happen. Yukinami grinned at me as I stood, deep in thought.
それなら虫が出たら僕が君を守ってあげるね。
Oh no, he's become our bug knight. Hollow Knight!
Huh? My eyes widened in surprise. That wasn't quite what I expected him to say. I realized Yukinami had really grown. I was stunned momentarily, but then I began to fill with happiness. I appreciate that, thank you.
じゃあ手始めにそこのダンゴムシを。
Yukinami made as if to crush the insect. I quickly moved to stop him. No. You don't need to do that. It's true I don't like bugs very much, but it's cruel to just go around crushing them.
かわいそう。
Yes, bugs are just trying to live too.
生きてるか。
Yeah, everyone's here.
わかった。
I breathed a sigh of relief as Yukinami withdrew. The pill bug meandered down a stem and disappeared, oblivious to the fact that it had narrowly missed its own demise. Thinking deeper about it, it's really amazing that bugs are able to live here, and flowers are capable of blooming too. This colony, long abandoned by its human residents, could still support life. The realization was deeply moving. I could stand to live here. The thought popped into my mind uninvited. Until now, I'd been resentful of the thought that I'd have no choice but to live in Tao.
Yeah, exactly.
But now I was starting to warm up to the idea. We'll be at the end, both us and Yukinami will be nigh dead, and that pill bug will come back.
あれ？どうしたの？なんか嬉しそう。
No particular reason. As we casually strolled along, we happened upon the place where we first saw flowers. We finished here every day.
あの花見つけた。今日も元気に咲いてるかな。
Yeah.
You really like this flower, huh, Yukinami?
好き？あ、そっか。確かに好きなのかも。なんか形とか色とかがいいなって思う。でもそれだけじゃなくて、最初に君と見つけた花だから、これは特別なんだ。
Oh. That's kind of cute.
Then, I guess it's special to me too. Yukinami grinned at me, totally unflustered. That just made me blush even more.
あれ？見てこれ。花がしぼんで変な感じになってるよ。
Yukinami looked at me with concern over the change in one of the flowers.
どうしたんだろう。元気ないのかな。
Aww. Don't worry, this flower's done its job blooming, so now it's making seeds.
種？これが種になるの？
Yukinami peered at the drooping flower with shock on his face.
そうなんだ。種を作ろうとしてるんだ。綺麗な花がしぼんじゃったのは寂しいけど、ちょっと嬉しいな。
Yeah.
種があれば仲間も増えて、この花も寂しくなくなるんだよね。
I nodded. Right, once it makes seeds, let's plant them in a flower bed outside our building.
Flower Viagra. Yeah.
花壇？
It's kind of hard to explain. You kind of mark off an area with sticks and rocks and grow flowers within that boundary, I guess.
へえ、そんなのができるの。
All we need is dirt and water. We don't have any fertilizer, but flowers this hardy don't need anything. Don't need any, I don't think. Yukinami's eyes sparkled with motivation.
それやってみたい。花壇 作ろう。
Great, amazing. Good job, everybody. Good job, everybody. All right, it's a deal. I smiled and held out my little finger. Yukinami just stared at me. You don't know how to make a pinky swear?
指を切るの？
Yeah. They've been killing humans. They've been fighting and killing humans. Okay, Yubikiri is pinky like cut. Like promise not to do or you're cut off your pinky, like Yakuza stuff, I believe. So no wonder he's like confused. Yubikiri, cut your finger off? What? Clearly he misunderstood me. I shook my head. No, not that kind of swearing. It's like making a promise. You link your pinkies together, like so. I took his hand and linked his finger with mine. Yukinami sat quietly and let me do it. He seemed to trust me. The realization made me feel warm inside.
これが約束の印なの？
Yukinami's fingers are much longer than mine. They're kind of knobby, too. The contrast was surprising. It certainly seemed like a man's hand. I couldn't help but fixate on that fact a little. Why am I getting nervous? The pinky swear was my idea after all. Then it's a promise. After we unlinked our fingers, I felt embarrassed. I couldn't make eye contact with Yukinami. Oh, there's a Vector over there. While Yukinami and I were chatting, one of the Vectors had settled down to watch us from a short distance. But by now, I was used to Vectors watching me as I went about my business in Tao. I was worried at first, but now I don't mind them at all. Even when they come close. It's funny, things you can get used to. Alright, I'll allow it. Have your rip. Incidentally, I'd been thinking about the time I thought Yukinami was protecting me from the Vectors, but now I had a different perspective. Yukinami just didn't want me to look at any Vector. He was trying to block my view so my attention would stay on him. He even admitted as much. Such a Yukinami thing to do. I could only laugh. Just thinking about it made me grin again. No! The Vector soon lost interest in me and passed by fairly close to where we stood. It lumbered through the flowers, crushing several. Underfoot, it was clearly an accident.
花が
Yukinami was enraged. I started to panic. Yukinami, just calm down. But my words didn't reach him. Oh no. Yukinami faced the Vector, overflowing with murderous intent.
あいつ
You're
許さない。
Oh no. Yikes, that Vector is in serious danger. The flowers will bloom again. Don't worry. Don't hurt it? Okay, don't hurt it. No, don't hurt it! I was desperate to stop Yukinami any way I could, and my voice came out as a stern shout.
でも君は花を折ったらダメだって言ったよ。
I
そ
guess,
んなのに
yeah.
あいつは
Unyanderifying him. The Vector didn't do it on purpose. I needed to stop him, but Yukinami wasn't listening to me.
そんなの知らないよ。あの花はこれから種をつけるところだったのに、あいつに折られた。花壇を作ろうって、せっかく君と約束だってしたのに。
This wasn't going well. He's gonna kill that Vector, and nothing I say will stop him. I've gotta use force.
あいつ、よくも花を折ったな。
Uh-oh. Yukinami, stop it! I transformed to stop Yukinami's attack by staying in between him and the Vector.
そこをどいてよ。
I put my back to Yukinami. I faced the Vector and yelled. Yeah. Hurry! Run away! I didn't know if it understood me or if it just picked up on Yukinami's hostility. Either way, it wasted no time lumbering away from us.
待て。
I won't let you follow it. I stood my ground and Yukinami glared at me.
なんで邪魔するのさ。
You can't hurt that Vector. It's not right. It's true that the Vector crushed the flowers, but it wasn't its fault. It was an accident. Calm down, Yukinami. Let's forgive the Vector this time, okay? But Yukinami wouldn't calm down. He shook his head, not wanting to hear it.
やだ、許せないよ。せっかく大事にしてた花なのに、あいつのせいで。邪魔したければすればいいよ。でも君に僕を止められるかな。
Oh, yay. A familiar dread flooded me as I saw the look in Yukinami's eyes. He really needs to do it. I unleashed a shot of my psychokinesis right at Yukinami's feet. I was hoping it'd stop him, but he simply dodged. His rage fueled his determination. I couldn't win. Still, I was hesitant to attack Yukinami directly. I didn't want to hurt him. In that case, I stood my ground and aimed several more shots at Yukinami's feet, but he dodged each one.
こんなので僕の動きを封じるつもり？ねえ、君は僕を攻撃したくないって思ってるでしょ。見てればわかるよ。
Yeah. He kept dodging all my shots, but that's fine.
僕は本気を出したブルームズともやり合ってきたんだよ。手加減してる君じゃ話にならない。
Yukinami skillfully dodged another shot that landed by his feet. I used that moment to fling some rubble at his head with my psychokinesis. Now, using my power, I crushed the rubble into powder and set dust raining on Yukinami's head. Yes, perfect. I felt a little sorry for Yukinami, but he was right about one thing. I couldn't stop him in a fair fight. The Vector needed enough time to run away.
目つぶし。君がこんなことするなんて意外。でもさ、目がやられても僕は鼻も利くんだよね。さっきの害獣を追うくらい、
Oh.
鼻だけでも十分なんだよ。
Well, maybe he's the bear. Zetetica, we found the bear! He's part bear! Ah! Yukinami dashed forward without hesitation. I tried to grab him, but he yanked free of my grasp. Wait, Yukinami, please wait! I dashed after him, completely panicked. It's no good! I can't catch up with him! I quickly spotted Yukinami ahead. The Vector was right in front of him. Oh no, are we gonna step in front and get hit? No! I reached out, hoping to stop him somehow. But Yukinami's attack hit the Vector dead on. A moment later, its wrecked body tumbled to the ground. No. I couldn't make it. I stumbled to a halt, horrified. Yukinami had doled out a death sentence to that poor Vector for simply crushing a flower. I thought Yukinami was learning there was more to life than mindless violence, but he just killed a Vector in cold blood. He's beyond saving.
Well, that's definitely an interesting... Yeah, I know. I was thinking that was going to be pretty close to how Hyuga's route went, but, he's beyond saving is quite a funny line to see here.
His objective fulfilled, Yukinami came ambling back toward me.
ねえ、なんでそんな悲しそうな顔してるの？
An overwhelming sense of emptiness opened inside of me like a gaping maw. I lowered my head and muttered to Yukinami. You solved the issue with violence, that's why. Why did you have to do a thing like that?
どうして？どうしてって、僕はそうされてきた。やったらいけないことをしたら制裁を受ける。それが普通でしょ？
Oh. Punished? That's what happened to him?
君だって前に僕を殴ったくせに。
So Yukinami suffered more than just neglect when he lived back in the lab. Very possibility made my heart ache. I didn't punch you because I hate you, or because I wanted to hurt you, or anything like that. But you never knew the difference. I'm so sorry. I remembered then that Yukinami was like a child, and there was still a lot he had to learn. I'd grown up surrounded by people who helped guide me along the right path. Filling that gap for Yukinami wasn't going to be easy. I resolved to repeat my lessons again and again until they sank into Yukinami's head. Yeah, I'm only kanji because I love you, oh god. If you want to be loved, Yukinami, you need to show some love first. Get it? Nothing good ever comes from violence.
え？僕は別に害獣に愛されたいとは思わないけど。
Even so, if you go around hurting people, even people you don't care about, the people who you want to love you will turn away.
愛してほしい相手？
Yukinami seemed confused, as if I'd just explained a completely alien concept. He gazed at me with big eyes, as if he was seeking my assistance.
でもそんなこと言われてもわかんないよ。今まで誰も教えてくれなかったのに。今さらなんで？どうして？
Yukinami, it's not too late. There's no need to take in everything at once.
君は？
He stopped himself mid-sentence, then he shook his head as if he was in pain.
無理だよ。
Don't just dismiss it all so quickly.
だって僕が知ってることと全部違う。そんなの僕にはわからないよ。
Yukinami dashed off. Ah, Yukinami! I ran after Yukinami, but I couldn't catch up to him. Before I knew it, he was out of sight. Yukinami, what should I have done? I stared in the direction he disappeared as I struggled to catch my breath. Well, that sucked. Alright, well, here's where he disappears. Welcome to 4-1. We might be able to actually finish this. May be able to finish this. He's not around these flowers either. No, we're not at a bad end. We're just at 4-1, but we should be able to get the happy end because we are high affection, low sync rate. He's not around these flowers either. A few days had passed since Yukinami and I fought. Oh, yeah, there's a branch from here. I was looking for him in the places I thought he'd be. He's avoiding me for sure. Yukinami, I hope you're not planning to do something foolish. The expression on his face, it was clear he'd been deeply wounded somehow. I couldn't just leave him be. Yukinami said that he likes it when I smile. Yeah. This is the man that flees the country! No! Another one! I want to see him smile too. When I thought about his clumsy attempts at kindness, my heart started to hurt. Yeah, we already fled a country. What could I have done differently? Yukinami, where are you? After I lost sight of Yukinami that day, I went straight to Lise for advice. Well, hi Lise, there's a lot I haven't told you about before. I'm back! I peeked into the room and saw Lise resting in bed.
あれおかえりなさい。そんなに急いでどうしたの
Have you seen Yukinami?
まだ戻ってないみたいだけど。あ、ひょっとしてついに逃げる作戦を決行するの
No, I want to cancel that plan, even though I know it's selfish to do so.
中止
Because this is a flashback.
そっかうん。君が逃げないって言うならそれでいいけど。
A flashback that we've never seen. I think. They may just put this filter on all the flashbacks and I just don't remember it. This game does not do a ton of flashbacks. Thankfully. I intended to tell Lise everything that had happened, but I had something more important to deal with. I'm looking for Yukinami. I need to find him right away, and then...
わかったから、とにかく落ち着いて。何があったの
Yeah. Well, I explained everything. Yeah. That had happened over the past few days as succinctly as I could. Meeting the professor, learning about Yukinami's past, our flower walks, and how we just started to bond. Lise, listen closely to my stuttered, half-panic roundup of the recent events.
そんなことがあったんだ。確かに最近の雪並みは穏やかな雰囲気だと思ってたけど、気のせいじゃなかったんだね。
I thought Yukinami and I were forming a bond. I was hoping I could get through to him, but it didn't work out. I felt utterly helpless, but Lise patted my head reassuringly.
君は偉いね。
Is that?
前までは雪並みのこと怖がってたのに、理解してあげたいと思えるようになってたんだ。そんな君なら、きっともう一度彼と向き合えるんじゃないかな。
Yeah, we just gotta try again. But I think I might have hurt his feelings. I've been looking everywhere for him, but I think he's probably hiding from me. I felt weak and hopeless. Maybe, or we die. I feel like we die probably at a lot of these routes. I wouldn't blame him for hating me, really. Even if I find him, I doubt he wants to see me.
そうかな。私はそうは思わないけど。
I looked at Lisa and she gave me a gentle smile in return.
雪並みが君と一緒に過ごしながら見て感じて考えたことはそれくらいでなくなっちゃうものなの
Hush, Lisa. Good night, Phantom. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you feel better soon. Lisa looked towards the window where a bunch of flowers and an old glass bottle sat on the ledge.
あの花、雪並みが君と一緒に飾ってくれたんでしょそういうことをしてくれる子なら悪い子じゃないと思うな。
If he can bring you flowers, he's not all that bad. Well, if only that was if only that was a legitimate judgment criteria. Not all bad. Lisa's words resonated with me deeply. I thought back. Right, I should have realized this much during the past few days we spent together. My nerves and paranoia caused me to miss the big picture, but Lise had talked me back around into some semblance of rational thought. If I see him and talk to him, I'm sure we can work this all out. Yukinami's learned so many things. He's no longer the person he once was. Yeah, just bring her some flowers. Lise pat me on the back encouragingly when she saw the fire return to my eyes. Yeah, she needs some muffin stuff and time occasionally. Why did suddenly all of my... Okay, suddenly Discord blew up my phone and I was like, oh no, does somebody need me? No. Discord just decided, hey, I haven't given you notifications for the past hour. Here's all of them now. Why?
And Lise is cheering me on too. I can't just sit here and mope around. I have to go out and find Yukinami. But where do I even find him? I've looked everywhere I can think of. It wouldn't do any good to look around town in the dark. I'd break a leg. And there was a chance Yukinami had completely left the colony. Yeah, apparently Discord misses me extremely badly. Discord's like, Prince, you haven't been on in a while. I'm not sure I can find him by myself. Then I recalled something important. We did?
困ったことになったら、また私が話を聞こう。
Uncle! The professor! Right, the professor. I can go ask him. Destination set, I dashed off.
Yeah.
The lights were on at the professor's house, so I knocked on the door and called out softly. Hello, professor? Are you home?
おや、君か。よくき...
Oops, I skipped his line.
He beckoned me inside, but I politely refused since I wouldn't be there long. I told him why I was here. I came over to ask you something. I just came over to ask you something. Has Yukinami come by? I've been looking in places I thought he might be, but I can't find him anywhere. I explained to the professor why I was looking for Yukinami, but I mentioned how we spent time gathering flowers. The professor seemed pleased. So I thought I should come to you and ask for advice on where I should look.
そうか。だがあの子がここへ来ることはないよ。私が元研究者だと知っているからね。
Hey, baby. Oh, tail up in greeting. He says, hi, Mom. Did you go make a stinky poop? Did you make a stinky poopy? Oh, no. Oh, no. The spirits took me. Yeah, she's like, hey, hello, hi. There we go, okay. Now she's been getting a lot of cuddles lately. Thank you. Keeper. Where'd you go? There you are. I'm gonna give you a pet. I'm gonna give you a pet. Oh, good girl. Good girl. She loves her chunks and gravy. Yes, she is. She loves her chunks and gravy. She's now getting regular treats. And the combination gives her the stinkiest fucking poops on the planet. That is some nuclear level shit.
It's gross. I'm glad that I bought Febreze because God, do I need it.
I'll be like, oh God, cat. She'll be laying on me and then she'll get up and walk off. She loves laying on my right thigh, most of all. She'll lay on my right thigh and then she'll get up and walk off and go to the bathroom where her litter box is. And then I'll hear scratch, 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 scratch. She doesn't go outside. She's not an outside kitty. She's an indoor only. And yeah, it's way too cold. And then she'll come back up and get back up on me. And I'll be like, hi, hello again. And then I'll be laying there. And because the litter box is literally like maybe 12 feet away from my bed, maybe, I don't know the exact distance, I will immediately smell if she has made disgusting nuclear poops.
I'm like, oh, thanks. Great. I can't wait until I have a bigger space and her litter box is not so close to where I sleep. I can put it in like a laundry room or something. Yeah.
The professor looked a little sad. That's right, Yukinami was abused daily back at the lab. Starved for attention, Yukinami had constantly acted out. That's what the professor told me. He even craved attention from the people who treated him so badly. He must have been terribly lonely. I don't believe the professor was one of them, but it's no wonder Yukinami hates researchers.
力になれずすまないね。
Hi, baby.
だがモラビアなら雪並みの行方がわかるかもしれない。
Hi, Sings.
I love when she walks by and her little tail just rises up. She's like, hi.
Like, hi. Hearing the professor bring up Moravia made me feel a spark of hope. Moravia?
モラビアは雪並みと一番付き合いが長い。彼の行動も予測できるかもしれない。
Awesome. Yeah, they've been together since they lived at the lab, right? I'm gonna look for Moravia. Thanks, Professor.
I don't know where she is right now. She got treats already. That's what she was eating. When I was like, what do you have in your mouth? Earlier on stream, she found a couple crumbs of treats and was eating them off the floor. I was like, I had to go check it out. It was something she was allowed to have in her mouth.
The professor gave me a warm smile as he saw me off at the door.
Oh!
言ったか。
Hi, Rio.
それにしても、雪並みを探しに来たとは。あいつは思った以上にうまくこの環境に溶け込んだようだな。
How do you know my uncle?
優しい子に育ってくれた。相手が人間だろうと害獣だろうと
Rio, are
分
you
け隔て
fucking my
なく
uncle?
接することができる。
Rio? Are you fucking my uncle?
優しさね。そいつが裏目に出なければいいんだがな。
What else am I supposed to think about that? Yeah, we interrupted their tryst.
I went in search of Moravia, ignorant about the conversation back at the home. House. Where could she be? I knew I needed to find Moravia, but when I thought about it, I realized I didn't know her much better than I knew Yukinami. She was pretty mysterious, always showing up when I least expected to see her. Now that I needed her, I had no idea how to find her. What does Moravia spend all of her time doing anyway? And where? She's so mysterious, I can't imagine her doing normal stuff. I can't find Yukinami if I don't find Moravia. But finding her is gonna be a hunt in and of itself. I desperately looked around, calling out her name at random intervals. Moravia, where are you?
こっちだよ。
I heard the sound of someone landing behind me, and turned around in surprise. Moravia, you're here! But where have you been?
そこの木の上だよ。
I looked up. Sure enough, there was a tree with boughs wide enough to sit on.
How long was she up there? Has she been watching me, or do I just have good timing? Then I remembered I was here for Yukinami, not me. Moravia, I need you to help me look for Yukinami.
雪並みをどうして？
Apparently, Moravia hadn't heard anything about what happened between us.
I thought Yukinami and I had started a bond, but we wound up having an argument and I wasn't able to get through to him. The last time I saw him, he looked really hurt. I'm so worried about him. I don't want to just leave things as they are.
心配か。君は雪並みのことを知ろうとしたんだね。
Moravia smiled softly at me. She was pleased.
そういうことなら手を貸すよ。雪並みのやりそうなことなら、なんとなく想像つくからね。
Really? Thank you. Moravia beckoned to me and started walking a few steps ahead.
ついておいで。
Moravia guided me out of Tao. Yukinami's all the way out here?
Yeah. I think it looks more like draped fabric, but draped fabric usually has some sort of, like, heft to it.
いるのはここじゃない。
Oh.
雪並みは多分、人間を襲いに行ったよ。
Yeah. Oh. What? I was shocked. Moravia's suggestion was terrible, but her voice was perfectly casual.
あの子はストレスが溜まったりイライラしたりすると、それを発散するために人間を襲う時があるから。
Yeah-oh.
向かった先は、十中八九シータだろうね。
That meant Yukinami could be attacking humans even as we spoke.
No! I need to get to him as fast as possible. I have to stop him. I can't let him do that. I can't.
人間を守りたいから
Yes, but it's not just about the humans. It's about Yukinami, too. I didn't have time to explain. I just started running. How much of a head start did Yukinami get? I'm probably way too late to catch up to him now. But I need to try to get to him before he attacks anyone. Before he can attack anyone. I wondered why I was so determined to stop him, but the answer came to mind immediately. Blink. Hi, Samael. Thanks for stopping by. I think I have feelings for him. I ran at a full bore, scanning the horizon. I then realized footsteps were approaching me from behind.
せっかく教えてあげたのに、僕を置いていくなんてひどいな。
Aw, sorry, Moravia. I shot a sideways glance at Moravia, but didn't slow down. Sorry, but you attack humans too, right? I knew firsthand that Moravia wasn't the type to hold off on attacking humans. I was surprised she'd even join me to stop Yukinami. I don't want you to attack humans either.
僕のことは僕が決めるよ。でも君が雪並みを止めるというなら手伝おう。Hi Kika, hi baby.
Hey there. Hey there, sweet pea. Aw, sweet baby. Her offer was welcome, but first I needed to figure out if she was genuine. Why would you help me, though?
君が止めてほしそうだったから手伝ってもいいかと思ったんだ。
That really doesn't make much sense.
それだけじゃ不満？
Hi. Oh, hi, baby. I know. You're like, hey, mom. Cuddle time, please. I really have no idea how Moravia's mind works, but I'm not about to refuse her aid. Okay, thank you.
お安いご用だよ。
Moravia and I sped off towards Theta, side by side. We ran for a long time, but I was too anxious and nervous to feel tired. Where are we? Oh, we're still 4-1. Okay. And we're still 4... This feels like an end. But I guess it's still 4-1. Yeah. We drew closer to Theta, but there was still no sign of Yukinami. I almost reached Theta. Yukinami might already be there, hurting someone right now. That's when the sound of fighting drifted towards us. Oh no! Is Yukinami attacking some field researchers like last time?
音はあっちから聞こえるね。
Yeah. Let's hurry. My imagination cooked up a horrid scene as we dashed towards the source of the noise. He's probably fighting the Blooms. Yukinami came into view moments later along with several other people. Yeah, the Blooms. That's all the Blooms. Yeah, kinda. My old allies were fighting against Yukinami. I gasped at the sight of their familiar faces. I never thought I'd encounter the Blooms outside of Theta. For a moment, I was frozen with shock. That's when they noticed me.
どうしてあんたがここに？
Yay! Oh, this is gonna be horrible though.
今までどこにいましたの？もう心配したんやからな。
Sorry. I had no idea how I was supposed to explain everything, especially with everyone staring holes into me. In order to explain why I vanished, I need to explain what happened to Lise. And to explain that, I have to explain how vectors used to be human. What do I do? It's all way too complicated to lay it out here and now. As I looked around, my gaze locked onto Yukinami. He seemed badly wounded, as if he'd been thoroughly kicked around. Yukinami? I couldn't believe my eyes. It was hard to believe someone with Yukinami's abilities could be beaten up so badly. Why? I mumbled without thinking. Cowdy frowned.
そいつなんでか反撃してこないの？
What? Not at all? That's when I realized that despite Yukinami's heavy wounds, none of the Blooms had a scratch on them. Oh no! Oh no. He's using the Blooms to self-harm. Oh no.
よう知らんけどチャンスや。今ならあいつを倒せる。
Wait, you can't. I rolled around, but it was just Moravia standing behind me.
その子から離れて。
Yeah. Haruka immediately dropped into a fighting stance, prepared to battle Moravia. Oh, this is what it is. Deflect. Haruka, don't! Protect? Watch out, Moravia! My body moved on its own. I leaped protectively in front of Moravia. Oh, that's a bad end. Whoopsies. Attack? Nope. Okay, so I'm just supposed to deflect. Yeah. Okay, 11 inch chunk of debris. And use the block Hog's flame attack.
どうして邪魔を
I'm sorry, but please don't attack. I hated not being able to explain myself right away. The girl's eyes grew cold with distrust.
そいつは敵なのにかばうつもり
Now everyone was glaring at me. This isn't good. Honestly, who could blame them for thinking I defected to the Vector's side? There was no doubt that the way I disappeared from Theta was suspicious. I'd caused a lot of trouble, and I felt guilty about all of it. Still, their distrust made me panic. Be that as it may, I can't go back now. Sorry, everyone, but please believe me when I say I have no intention of being an enemy of humans. I swear, I don't want to fight.
何言って。
Howdy was the first to let a cooler head prevail, though her eyes still burned with anger.
あんた、本当に怪獣側につくつもり？
そいつをかばっておいて人間と敵対するつもりはないなんて言い分を
Howdy and Haruka were right to doubt me. I was sure I'd feel the same way if I was in their position. This isn't going well. Yukinami! Yukinami! I dashed to Yukinami and reached down for him. Are you alright? Can you move?
当たり前だよ。僕を舐めないでよね。
Despite his tough act, Yukinami was clearly in great pain. I tried to keep my voice light. Come on, let's run away together. Yukinami took my hand and hauled himself to his feet. Of course, the blooms weren't about to let us get away that easily. They all leapt into action, clearly intending to block our path. That's when Moravia slipped between us.
それなら僕が足止めをするよ。
I was surprised to hear Moravia's plan. It wasn't a small task for one person to fight 4 of the blooms. Yeah, that's where all the hot boys are. And then it's like, wait, no, we're guys too! And then we have that whole discussion.
Moravia, but 僕が彼女たちに遅れを取ると思う？
Moravia's jaw was set with steely determination. She clearly had no lack of confidence in her skills. Oh no, nope, we don't know at all. Alright, please take care of them. I had faith in Moravia's strength. I knew I could. Leave the blooms to her while Yukinami and I escaped the battlefield.
さあ、始めようか。
I heard the 2 sides clash behind me. I looked back from a distance, saw Moravia use her psychokinesis to lift chunks of debris from all around her. She was using them as projectiles. Her plan was to slow the blooms down, not kill them. Is she really holding back from doing serious damage out of respect for my wishes? I didn't understand her motivations, but I was glad to know she wouldn't hurt the blooms too badly. Yukinami loped more than he ran, thanks to his wounds. I hurried him along as best I could, despite the distractions behind us. I just need to get him to a safe place and fast, somewhere well out of the bloom's sight.
ごめん。
Yukinami puffed and panted out his apologies. He stumbled along, dragging his feet.
あんまり早く走れなくって。君だけ先に行っていいよ。
Without you? There's no point in that. If you have enough energy to waste on saying silly things, then you have energy enough to run faster.
君ってさ、意外とスパルタなとこあるんだね。
Hush, hush, hush. Okay, we're still 4-1. I'm not a demon. Or at least I don't think I am. We shouldn't have been wasting time on chit-chat, but somehow it made me feel better. It seemed to soothe Yukinami too. He even smiled a bit as we spoke. I think this should be far enough. We finally reached an area far from Theta and the fighting. We can no longer hear the sounds of battle.
走るだけでこんなに疲れたのなんて初めてだよ。地味にショック。
What do you expect? You're wounded. I looked around and spotted a crumbling building that had low walls for us to sit and rest on. Yukinami, over here. You're badly hurt. I'm sure you're tired. Just sit for a minute.
別に平気なのに。
You're not fine. You're a complete mess. Be a good patient. Do what you're told.
なんか強引だな。君ってさ、こんなキャラだったっけ？
Since when was I so pushy? Oh, honey. Grumbling, Yukinami sat down as directed. He was almost completely drained of strength. I looked him over again. His injuries were bad. Certainly bad enough to kill a normal human. Anger towards the blooms began to well up in me, but I shook my head to clear my thoughts. Yeah. No, I don't have time to waste thinking about right versus wrong right now. Yukinami, are you okay? Does it hurt?
だから平気だよ。僕は頑丈だしさ。
Yeah, but there's no way that doesn't hurt. It made me feel awful to see Yukinami put on such a brave face. Given his condition, it made him look a bit pitiful. It's okay to admit you're in pain, Yukinami. I gazed at him, my voice soft. I didn't want him to act like it was nothing.
君は僕が痛いはずだって思うの？
It would sure hurt me if I was in your place. Yukinami examined his arms and body. They were badly scratched up.
わからない。
Oh.
これって痛いのかな？自分でもわからないんだ。
Oh. He really doesn't understand what pain is? He's not just acting tough? My heart sank a little further. Not only was Yukinami oblivious to the pain of others, but his own pain as well. This is too much. His upbringing in that lab, it's too terrible to think about. A place where his pain was irrelevant? I couldn't even imagine what it was like. But my very soul hurt for Yukinami. I wanted to find out the source of his pain since he couldn't even really understand it himself. Yukinami, why didn't you dodge when the others attacked you back there? Yukinami looked up at me, his face contorting as if he was about to cry. Oh, baby! Oh, baby!
ね
His voice turned soft and started to quiver.
え、暴力を振るわなければ愛してもらえるんじゃないの？
That's what I'd said to him before he disappeared. Did he take my words literally? Is that why he let himself get beaten? Horrified, I covered my
た
mouth.
とえ相手にムカついても暴力を振るっちゃダメなんでしょ？
Oh, honey.
暴力を振るったら誰からも愛されなくなるって君が言ったから僕はあいつらを傷つけなかったのに。
Aww.
それなのになん
His voice was so sad, I wanted to cry. He wanted to see if I was right, so he went out there and refused to fight back, no matter how badly they hurt him. I'd done a bad job explaining things to him. I never thought he'd take me so literally, not to the point that he'd refuse to defend himself. But he tried to do exactly that, and this was the result. He's gone from creepy to just a socially awkward child that I just want to hug. I just want to hug him and take care of him. This is my son now. I was overwhelmed with sympathy and guilt. He was so childlike, so innocent. It must have hurt. What am I gonna say? I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Yukinami. I didn't do a good job explaining exactly what I meant. I took his hand as I apologized, not caring about the blood that smeared on me.
なんで君が謝るの？
I mean, you got hurt so badly because of the things I told you. You let them hurt you without fighting back. Yeah.
違うよ。僕がしたかったからそうしただけだよ。君は悪くない。それより僕が聞きたいことは、君は僕が好き？
Aw, baby. I don't know. He gazed right at me, his large eyes brimming with emotion. Yukinami really is innocent. Despite being raised in horrible circumstances, he'd never lost his pure heart. That was the most precious thing about him. Yeah. If they start it, you finish it. Wanting to protect his innocence, I told him the honest truth. Yes, I love you. Aww, he's so preciously adorable. This is my son now. Yukinami's eyes widened. A smile dawned over his battered face.
よかった。君に愛してもらえるなら、もうそれで十分だ。
Oh, honey. The innocence of his smile warmed my heart. I'll always love you, Yukinami.
なんだか楽しそうなことをしているね。
Hi, Moravia. Did you hear all of that? Could you maybe announce your presence next time? Goodness bucket gracious. Yukinami and I stopped grinning at each other long enough to whirl around at the voice behind us. It was Moravia, without a single scratch. Moravia! Oh, I'm so glad you're alright. Yeah, hide in the closet.
あれくらいどうってことはないよ。
Wow, Moravia really is on a different level. The blooms fighting in full force counted as more than a scrap. I wasn't sure how I felt about her saying that.
それに僕はちゃんと反撃するしね。誰かさんと違って。
Maravia's eyes flickered over to Yukinami, who pouted as if he was annoyed.
それにしても君たちずいぶん仲良くなったみたいだね。僕も混ぜてほしいな。
Huh? Moravia? Moravia started walking over, but Yukinami cried out.
ダメ、この子はあげないよ。
Oh, sweet pea. Eek! I squealed in surprise as Yukinami suddenly grabbed hold of me. Huh? Is he trying to hide me from Moravia's line of sight? But he wasn't handling me like a toy this time. He held me carefully, like I was a precious object. Aww. But his grip is so strong, I can't hold out for much longer. Nope, I can't take it. He's squeezing too much. Yukinami, you're crushing me.
ごめん、大丈夫？
We are a precious object. Yukinami let go of me in a hurry. His quick reaction was also different from how he acted before.
優しくしなきゃダメなんだよね。
Aww. It feels like the things I was trying to tell him have started to sink in. He was being kinder. His expression was softer too. We have succeeded in partially fixing. We have started the road to fixing. Thank you.
ふーん。
Moravia looked back and forth at the two of us, one eyebrow arched in amusement.
何？
いや、少し見ない間に本当に変わったものだと感心してね。ずいぶんほのぼのしてる。
This really feels like the end. This feels like it should be the end. This shouldn't be 4-2. No, thanks to you.
まあ、これなら僕も手を貸した甲斐があったよ。
Yeah, he needs lots of therapy and reparenting. You're okay. Yeah, thank you for your help, Moravia.
Thank you so much. You've done so much for me, Moravia.
Huh? Did you hear something? Yeah. I could hear someone approaching from far away. My body instantly stiffened. The blooms. Don't tell me they followed us. I was half panicked, but neither Yukinami nor Moravia seemed bothered by the development. Is it Hyuga?
でもこの足音ってさ。
見てごらん。音はシータの方角じゃなく、タウがある方から聞こえてくるでしょ？
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. I looked in the direction Moravia was pointing. Sure enough, that's where the sound was coming from. I could see a dust cloud, too.
なんだお前らか。こんなところで何油売ってんだ？
Hyuga! The new arrival was none other than Hyuga. He had a small herd of vectors behind him. Yeah. I blinked. I wasn't sure what I was looking at, but I felt the tension drain from me.
別に僕たちは何かをサボっているわけじゃないんだけど。
Yeah, Moravia is our co-parent.
いや、だってシータを襲いに行ったんじゃなかったのか。
Wow, he majorly misunderstood the situation. But that was something they did often, so it was no wonder Hyuga made the assumption.
お前と雪並みが揃って姿が見えないもんだから、てっきりシータに向かったんだと思って急いで追ってきたんだ。それなのに、なんでこんなところでのんびりしてるんだ。もう襲ってきた帰りなのか？
Yeah. Yeah, we're already done.
違うよ。確かにシータの近くまでは行ったけど、今回の目的は人間を襲うことじゃない。
はあ？シータに行くのに他の用事なんてあるのか？
Yeah, he's a little bit more of a mommy. Hyuga finally looked at Yukinami. When he saw his wounded state, his eyes widened in surprise.
おい、雪並み、なんでそんなひどい怪我してんだ？
うわ、やっと気づいたよ。てか気づくの遅すぎ。
Really? Yukinami pouted. Hyuga shook his head as if that was beside the point.
ふざけたこと言ってる場合か。全身ズタボロじゃねえか。
Hyuga wasn't just shocked. He was clearly concerned about Yukinami's current state. I thought they were kind of cool on each other, but Hyuga seems really shaken up. Hyuga rounded on Yukinami and started interrogating him. Yeah, he's the other co-parent. We're in a weird co-parent situation where we're all parenting Yukinami.
誰だ？誰にやられたんだ？ブルームズの連中か？
まあそれはそうなんだけど、別にこれくらい全然平気だし。
Well, yeah, but it's fine. I'm cool.
んなわけあるか？くそ、舐めた真似しやがって。
Yeah, so we have
俺が仕返しに行ってやる。
we have one co-parent with anger issues, one co-parent who is not entirely human, and then us. Then Hyuga started to run. The herd of vectors followed suit. Oh, wait, you can't! As I stood and panicked, Moravia reached out and grabbed Hyuga's arm.
ヒューガ
Moravia yanked Hyuga to a stop. He looked furious at the interruption.
なんで止めるんだ。雪並みがこんな目に遭わされて黙って引き下がるってのか。
怪我をした雪並みを放って仕返しを優先させるとい
See,
うの
they kind of bounce off each other well. What Moravia said made sense, and Hyuga cooled off a little as a result.
そういうわけじゃねえが。
今は一度タウに戻った方がいい。雪並みの手当てが先決だよ。
Amazing. Unable to deny the reality of the situation, Hyuga reluctantly nodded.
わかった。
Hyuga still looked dissatisfied, but he clearly wasn't about to disobey Moravia. But right now, his concern for Yukinami is overriding his desire for revenge. They must be really close after all. Well, Yukinami saved him from certain death, so yes.
おい雪並み、立てるか。肩貸すぞ。
もうみんな心配ばっかり。僕はこう見えても頑丈なんだってば。
Hush hush, let your parents dote on you.
でも肩は借りようかな。
素直じゃねえな。ほら。
Aw, he's precious. I waited for Hyuga and Yukinami to walk off before leaning in to speak quietly to Moravia. Yeah.
Hey, Moravia, listen. 何? Thanks for the distraction earlier, but what happened with Blooms? Did you hurt them, or...? I couldn't feel any ill will towards my old allies, even though I knew they hurt Yukinami. 適当にあしらって逃げてきただけだから、彼女たちがどうなったかは僕も知らないよ。
Amazing.
少なくとも君が心配するようなことはないんじゃないかな。
I see. Well, that's okay then.
やっぱりブルームズのことが気になる?
Well, they used to be my allies. Used to be, huh? The way I said that made me depressed. But with everything that's happened, I guess there's no way I'd be allowed to remain a member of the Blooms. Everyone has reason to regard me as an enemy now. I knew stressing out about it wouldn't do any good, but I couldn't help sighing.
ほら、タウへ戻ろう。今回の戦いで一番ダメージを負ったのは、どう見、人間よりは頑丈にできているとはいえ、今は休息が必要だからね。
Time to nurse our child back to health.
Right, we'll make sure he's treated straight away.
Yeah, exactly. Yukinami turned back to look at us and called out.
モラビア、早く来なよ。
Okay, we're coming. And so our homecoming was quite cheerful. I was tasked with caring for Yukinami's wounds, so we headed on inside after saying goodbye to Hyuga and Moravia. We ran into Lise just as she was coming out of her room. I called out to her. Lise, I'm back!
おかえりなさい。雪並みは見つか...
Lise stopped, her smile frozen on her face.
どうしたの？雪並みのその怪我?
Hush you!
All she knew was that I'd gone out to find Yukinami, so seeing him in such bad shape obviously gave her a shock. Actually, a lot happened. We ran into some of those superheroes for starters.
いろいろって。
Truthfully, all that happened was Yukinami was the victim of a one-sided attack, but the detailed story could wait until later. I want to treat his wounds. Is it okay if we use your room? Lise nodded.
もちろん、私も手当てするの手伝う。
No, she does. We told her about the blooms. Are you sure? That'd be great. Yukinami, you just sit in the chair. Those wounds need to be disinfected first and foremost.
あ、それなら、この建物の物置みたいな部屋にアルコール類があったのを見たよ。度数が高いやつなら消毒に使えるかも。
No, don't think so. Wow, you're amazing, Lise.
あと、使ってないリネン類もたくさんあったよ。傷口を拭いたり、包帯代わりに使えるんじゃないかな。
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we could. But how do you know all that?
暇だったから建物の中をちょっと探検してみたときに見つけたんだ。
Lise went in search of supplies, making calculations on her fingers as she went. Oh, excuse me. That was an unfortunate time for a yawn. Yeah, she's just very cute. Yeah, she's the nurse.
He's the fourth parent.
消毒って何？
Disinfectant. Something we'll use to get bad stuff off your body, like germs and other stuff that gets into your wounds. It'll help you heal.
でも僕にはそんなの必要ないと思うんだけどな。
You do. You're injured pretty badly. Yukinami stared at me, chewing his lip.
僕のこと心配してくれてるの？
I sure am. You think I can look at you in your current state and feel okay about it?
ふーん。心配だったんだ。
Don't be happy about that. Yukinami's expression softened and he stopped complaining about the first aid.
お待たせ。アルコールとリネン持ってきたよ。
Yeah, he has 4 parents. Now he just needs a therapist. Thanks. Let's start treating those wounds.
I've just stretched my leg out, so I have to lean back.
Lisa and I both worked to patch Yukinami up. Lisa did most of the work. There we go, okay. Even though she had no training, she'd always been good with her hands.
That kind of works. Yeah, the most unethical couple. Now, therapist plus girlfriend. Oh shoot, yeah, that's pretty unethical.
As Yukinami watched her work, he mumbled a question.
君はもう大丈夫なの？
Oh, baby. Yeah, especially when you toss in parent. We're the girlfriend, parent, therapist. Girlfriend, parent, therapist. That's not great.
He was looking at Lise. This is the first time he's spoken to her. Lise looked surprised for a moment. Then she grinned with her usual spark.
大丈夫だよ。この体になったせいか、前よりも丈夫になった感じがするな。
Uh-huh, so she does feel stronger.
Oh, excuse me.
そっか。
Kind of, yeah.
君ももう僕たちの仲間みたいなものだもんね。
Hearing Yukinami use the word allies made me realize how much he was growing. My efforts with Yukinami weren't wasted after all. If he carries on like this, he'll wind up on a much better path. I was filled with fresh hope. I knew I couldn't leave Yukinami alone now, not when he was finally starting to change for the better. I don't want to see Yukinami attacking humans alongside the Vectors anymore. I think he'll listen to me if I stop him.
Oh.
But after everything that's happened, I can see another fight breaking out if we come into contact with the Blooms again. I didn't exactly manage to explain things when I was face to face with them. I wish we could get everything out into the open.
へえ、リーザはお菓子作りが得意なんだ。じゃあ今度何か作ってよ。
いいよ。ここにある材料でどれだけできるか、私の腕の見せ所だね。
Uh-huh.
While I was lost in thought patching up Yukinami, he took the moment to break the ice with Lisa. I was very happy to see them getting along. It seemed like a good time to voice some thoughts. I spoke up once I'd finished treating Yukinami. Hey, you two, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
いいよ。
どうしたの？
They both turned to look at me. I have something I need to ask of you. Yukinami and Lise listened intently.
分かったよ。つまり僕が人間を襲わなければいいんだよね。
Right. Do you promise you won't? Even if he refused, I would keep pushing him until he agreed. But I never needed to because he immediately agreed to it.
いいよ。君がそう言うなら、もう人間を襲わない。君に好きでいてほしいから。
Oh, Lisa's gonna have a fucking field day with that.
Oh, Yukinami. Finally, he and I were on the same page. My heart felt full. Tears brimmed my eyes, and I wiped them away. Lise watched our exchange intently.
雪並はこの子が好きなの？
うん、好きだよ。
おお、即答。愛だね。愛が平和を作るんだね。
Lisa.
Lisa, don't make it weird. But Lisa's romance radar was on high alert. She was grinning, and I started to seriously blush. Yeah, I guess what I said to Yukinami is a pretty big deal, but it's not as if I'm lying.
The fact that we're in love.
But it's still kind of embarrassing. I coughed and tried to steer the conversation back. So, as I was saying, I'd like to discuss this with Boravia and Yukinami too. I don't know if they'll agree, but I feel like I need to at least try talking to them. I think that meant to say Hyuga, but...
じゃあ今から会いに行こう。ちょうどもうすぐ夕飯の時間だし。 僕が案内してあげる。
You're still
つい
healing.
てきて。
You are still. Yukinami, you'll make your injuries worse. Please settle down. Lise and I chased Yukinami as he barged out of the building, oblivious to his injuries. Wow, it's completely nighttime now. Yeah, I'll be fine.
わあ、コロニーの天井が夜空になってる。人間が住まなくなっても働き続けるなんて、このコロニーも偉いよね。
Did we? I think we might be full. No more choices, I don't think. We're on our way to the end. I think we might be able to finish this tonight. We'll be so close. Oh my god. I recently thought the same thing myself.
ほらほら早く。こっちだよ。
How can he be so perky with those wounds?
回復が早いんだね。私もこの体になって、その点だけはほんとラッキーだったなって思う
I
よ。
guess kinda, yeah. I'm just glad you haven't lost anything that makes you Lise. I got the feeling Lise was only half joking to act tough. That was my bestie, solid as a rock. By the way, Yukinami, where are we going?
もうすぐ着くよ。今の時間ならみんなこっちにいるから。
Yukinami's right. After walking for a while, we came across a campfire. Hugo was there, preparing dinner. Do you always prep dinner out here?
食べるのもここだよ。モラビアが外で食べたがるからヒューガがここで作ってるんだ。
Of course Moravia likes to eat under the sky. He was born in a goddamn facility.
Oh, I see. I wondered where the food was coming from. Is that mystery solved now?
焚き火なんて火力調節が難しそうなのに、あんな美味しい料理が作れるなんてすごい。
I have known 15-year-olds with larger. Did know 15-year-olds with larger.
Moravia stood by Hugo, excitedly waiting for the meal to be ready. Maybe I'm projecting? Maybe I'm projecting. It's hard to tell whether she's actually excited or not, but in any case, this is a nice, peaceful scene. We approached the campfire. Good evening. Can we eat with you tonight? Some people have the genes for big honkers. Some people don't.
もちろんいいよ。
Hugo's face was as stony as ever, but he didn't raise any objections. I made some basic introductions since this was Lise's first time meeting them. She started to get along with everyone in no time at all. Moravia, you look like you're pretty excited for dinner.
ワクワク？僕が？
Am I? Yeah. Yeah. They usually end up getting reduction surgery, if possible. My Earth aunt is like a J cup, I want to say? H or J. Just to get all of her brassieres custom made. Yeah, the genes skipped me, but the rest of my... No. Oh yeah, it is. It is. And that's why most people a lot of people end up getting reductions if they can get their insurance to cover it. Because it is very much a pain on the back.
いや、してただろうが、思いっきり。
My impression of Moravia was starting to change a bit.
雪並み、怪我は大丈夫なのか？
うん、バッチリ。彼女とリーゼが手当てしてくれたからね。
Aww. Yuga's stiff face softened into a smile when he saw Yukinami's energy.
そうか。
ヒューガー、もしかして僕のこと心配した？心配しちゃった？
別に。それより、飯できたぞ。
Hugo looked away, ignoring Yukinami's teasing. But from the way he came running over when we met outside earlier, it was obvious he'd been worried.
よし、食べよう。
Like, what's that anime? I think it's like a Greek god-based anime where, like, the Aphrodite lady has, like, huge badonkers and she's just followed around by dudes who carry her titties. And I may not have big titties, but God, that would be wonderful if someone else picked them up. I didn't have to deal with them. Come on, spirits. I can complain about titties without you taking me over. There we go. Yada. Yep. Look, they're heavy. Ugh. Yeah, I have no idea where it's from either. They're heavy and they sweat. It's annoying. At Moravia's casual prompt, we all dug into the meal. Yukinami, Hyuga, Moravia, Lise, and me. All five of us sat on chairs enjoying ourselves. I never thought I'd see the day where we all sat down to enjoy a meal together. Lise's natural friendliness soon made everyone warm up to her. The atmosphere was comfortable. It was almost as if we were all old friends who'd known each other a long time. Ah, okay. Once we were done talking and eating, I talked to Hyuga and Moravia about the topic I broached with Yukinami and Lise earlier. Hey, Moravia, remember how you once said that I don't know anything? Well, I've learned a lot since then, and I've been doing some hard thinking, too. Yes and no? I'm trying to think. I've only ever, like... I don't think they do. They're pretty dense. Shit, now I have to look this up. Booba booba. Boobies. Okay. Well, I don't have to... Okay, they do. I don't have to worry about this that much, because... like, all the swimsuits I have, like, are pretty close to my body. Okay. This might be because I'm the fucking president of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee. Moravia gazed at me. Her warm expression encouraged me to continue. I found out a lot about Yukinami. I was a bit scared of him at first, but the more I got to know him, I realized his heart is pure. You did. So I'm hoping Yukinami won't attack humans anymore. The Yukinami I got to know since coming here isn't like a vector who attacks humans mindlessly. He has the heart of a pure human. Yukinami Lise looked thoughtful, but kept quiet. Hyuga scowled, but he didn't protest.
害獣じゃなくて人間か。面白い結論に至ったね。
Wolf used
それが君の答え?
Wolf used a dangle topic change. It was super effective. Prince is now stuck in a tangent for the next 5 turns.
Yeah, I'm not the coolest girl I once was. We are still mighty clueless. Oh.
君はまだ何も知らない。そのままじゃ。
We'll be able to save anyone at this rate.
Excuse me. Since coming here, I've really realized how I've drifted through life without knowing much. I've found out so many things I never knew about vectors and about Yukinami. Moravia nodded silently. At first, I was only interested in saving Lise, but after finding out so much since coming here, I realized I want to save Yukinami too.
Yeah, timeline knowledge combined.
Yeah, that's what it is. So, I'm grateful to you, Moravia, for bringing me here.
Though I guess it might be considered average titty committee. I don't know. Itty bitty works better.
I said my piece. Now I had to wait and see how Moravia would take it. After a short silence, Moravia cleared her throat.
君は自分の近くにいるものなら、人間であれ害獣であれ、手を差し伸べるんだね。そんな君が雪並みを助けようというのなら、僕も手を貸そう。
Yeah. Thank you. Moravia knew where I was coming from. My body flooded with relief. But are you too good to keep attacking humans, even if Yukinami gives it up?
Moravia cocked her head and thought for a few moments. Yeah. Of my immediate family, of my immediate Earth family, I am the smallest.
そうだな。
Across both sides.
それは雪並みと君の行く末を見てから決めるよ。ヒューガはどう？
Moravia turned to Hyuga, who's still scowling at me.
お前の言うことは嫌い事だ。
Yeah. They're more like a particularly dumb dog. As far as I'm aware. I think that's the best way to describe it. A lot of nice words and fancy talk. Maybe it seems that way, but I honestly think it's the right thing to do, and I won't give up on what I feel is right.
Yeah.
I stared back at him with determination. Hyuga looked away, then turned to Yukinami.
ユキナミ、お前はそれでいいのか？
うん。僕は彼女の考えがいいなって思ったんだ。だからもう人間は襲わない。人間を襲うよりも彼女と一緒にいられる方がずっと嬉しくて楽しいから。
Look at his cute little blushy face.
そうかよ。
That is the most innocent Yukinami face I have ever seen. I want to pull him into a hug. I want to hug him. That's my child.
Hyuga looked dissatisfied, and he didn't commit to stopping his attacks on the humans.
Yeah, there's the whole thing about his route.
But I had a feeling that he'd follow Moravia's lead. That's what he tended to do anyway. Unsurprisingly, Moravia didn't commit to an answer. I wasn't quite sure what was on her mind, but at the same time, I
Sort of understood.
Moravia and Hyuga will decide for themselves based on what I do next. To forge a better future, I couldn't look back. No matter what path you two choose, I've made up my own mind. So I'm thinking of going to see the Blooms. I want to let them know that Yukinami will no longer go after humans.
Oh yeah, what'll Ibuki do? Yeah, he's a wild card.
でもそんな話信じてもらえるかな？
そもそも聞く耳持たねえだろ。
I have to tell them whether they believe it or not. I can't move forward otherwise. Besides, I learned to understand Yukinami. It's a mistake and a shame to assume people can't be reasoned with.
もったいないって。
Hyuga looked exasperated. He turned to Moravia, who locked eyes with him. He didn't say anything after that.
I'm sure it'll go well.
I have to believe. Oh god. Yikes. Alright. Here we are. Here's our ending. What's our ending? Happy! Okay, let me go get some more water, and then we'll tackle the happy ending, and then we'll end stream, and we'll have finished Yukinami, and we can start Ryo's. And then we'll be done with this one, and we can decide what we're gonna do next. Oh god, the spirits took me. Oh, they let me go. I wasn't expecting. Oh, no, come on, seriously? Yeah, well, we'll decide what otome we're doing next. We also will be working on finishing up, come on. Yeah, Otomeges have their own slot. And then I think we're either going to try to finish up Pokemon Infinite Fusion, and then we can do Mystery Dungeon, or we'll intersperse Mystery Dungeon and Infinite Fusion. That's what I was trying to say. We'll either do flip-flops until we finish Infinite Fusion, because we're not far. Pokemon can beat Otome if you try hard enough. I mean, I did the Pokemon Smasher Pass. We were in Kanto. I was dealing with Kanto stuff, so I was about at least halfway through the game, if not more. A few days had passed since I let Moravia and Hyuga know how I felt. Yukinami, Moravia, and I headed off to Theta once again. I want to infiltrate Theta and talk to the Blooms, but it won't be easy.
今さら不安になったの?
Well, it's just that Theta is protected by layers of reinforced walls. Getting in is going to be harder than getting out.
ま、僕たちはいつもその強固な外壁を軽く突破して侵入してたわけだけどね。
Yeah, kind of.
The Pokemon Smasher Pass? That was my birthday stream, like last year?
I did. I did. Let me find it. Oh, there you go. Zedetica found it. Oh yeah, it was 2022.
Alright.
Well, you've got much prints. Much prints. Speaking of, I think last I looked, my current, my stream time, the amount of hours streamed on Twitch. December. Sandwich Lizard! Did you know that if you were to watch from my very first stream all the way to, I think it's yesterday's, like yesterday's stream, you would have 1,138 hours of prints. That is so much. That is so many hours. That is so many hours. Yeah, nearly 47 and a half days of non-stop prints. Oh yeah, come to think of it, how did you guys always manage to get in?
隙間から
Gap? My question came out as a squeak. I couldn't even imagine a gap in Theta's defenses.
いくら守りが強固でもどこかしらにほころびはあるってことさ。
Oh
完
yeah.
璧ではない人間の作ったものが完璧なわけがないんだよ。
Yeah, that's true.
もっとも今回はシータへの侵入方法については心配しなくていいよ。
We don't have to sneak in?
侵入しなくても済むように手は打ってある。
Are we using Rio?
We don't?
What does she know that I don't? I hope it's nothing too crazy. Apparently my concern was showing because Moravia smiled at me reassuringly.
細かいことは気にせず僕に任せておいて。
Really? Everything?
モラビアがこう言ってるんだから任せておけば大丈夫だよ。
You know, I noticed this a while ago, but you just go along with whatever Moravia says, don't you, Yukinami?
当たり前だよ。だってモラビアはすごいんだから。
That's not really a great reason, but since they grew up together in that lab, I guess they have a bond I can't fully comprehend.
ほらせっかくだし周りの景色を楽しもう。今日は絶好の遠征日和だよ。
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we need to become the Yandere now. So, same ruined landscape under the same dead sky. Pretty much the same as it ever was. Maybe it was a matter of perspective, but I elected to take Moravia's advice and not stress over the small details of the plan. Here's hoping.
We walked for a while, then came to a stop at a spot with inside of Theta. We walked here this time. It actually felt a lot easier. Huh? I saw shapes in the direction of Theta. Are those?
ああ来たみたいだ。
The blooms were dead ahead.
どうしてここにあんたが。
Everyone regarded me with shocked expressions. They apparently hadn't counted on me showing up. I guess Moravia was right when she said we didn't even have to sneak in, but how did she call them all the way... How did she call them all the way out here? Yeah. I still have questions, but this was my chance. Everyone's finally here and in front of me. I killed them all! I need to make sure I explain everything. Hopefully they'll listen. I walked towards the blooms. Everyone, I'm sorry about earlier. But just as I was about to offer an apologetic bow, bow, a sudden sense of danger blazed through me. Huh?
危ない
The next thing I knew, Yukinami pulled me to the ground and shielded me with his body.
モラビアに攻撃された
What? What?
That's when I realized Yukinami had protected me. Flustered, I looked over to where I was standing just moments before. The ground was now a smoking crater. Huh? If Yukinami hadn't protected me, I would have been killed. I gazed at Moravia in amazement. Her eyes were ice cold. She's a completely different person. Is she gonna make us... what the fuck? Is she that upset that we didn't want to... I know the whole Ibuki, plotline was that... He was like, I'm not a human! I guess, yeah.
Why? Is she serious?
Ah, okay. But Lise! The fierce look in her eyes was so dangerous it made me shudder.
What are you doing?
Moravia ignored me and took aim again. She released another volley of shots right at me.
伏せて
Deaf to our cries, Moravia kept attacking. Yuki and I had been caught completely off guard. It took all we had to keep dodging.
ああもうどうしちゃったんだよモラビア
I could understand why she might attack me, but why is she attacking Yukinami? What's wrong with her? The balloons came running over as the shots battered us.
ちょっと大丈夫？何これ？仲間割れか何か？
Yeah. Howdy! Howdy looked back and forth between Yukinami, who was protecting me, and Moravia, who continued to launch attack after attack.
ひょっとしてあいつだけが敵なの？
What? Well, based on how things look, it's an easy conclusion to draw.
そういえば昨日あんたとその雪並みってやつは様子がおかしかったよね。
That's when I started to catch on to what Moravia was actually up to. Yes, this is all an act. If she's pretending to be everyone's enemy, including Yukinami's, the Blooms will be more likely to accept us. That made sense. It also meant I had to do my part and play along, so I leaned in to speak to Yukinami quietly. I trust Moravia, right, Yukinami?
もちろん
Yukinami didn't hesitate for a second. Then we have to go along with this thing she's doing, alright? That means we have to fight Moravia. Yukinami looked shocked for a moment, but he nodded. It seemed he'd figured it out as well.
分かったよ
I turned to face the Blooms. Yeah, I'm glad we're fucking smart. Everyone, please lend me your strength. Yukinami and I can't do this alone. Even if they still doubted me, it was clear that Moravia was a much more immediate threat. That much was undeniable.
いいよ。あんたの事情はわからないけど、モラビアを倒さないことにはどうにもならないしね。
この間攻撃された恨みはあるけど、今は手を貸してあげる。
I'll explain everything behind that later. I'm really sorry.
しゃあない。一丁やったる。でも、モラビアは強敵ですわ。
Not my line.
気を引き締めていきますわよ。君たちが何人束になったところで変わりはないんだけどね。
Moravia didn't hold back her attacks. For a moment, I worried that I misunderstood her plan after all.
このままじゃ一網打尽だ。みんなばらけて。私の合図で一斉に攻撃するよ。
Moravia is pretending that she has backstabbed us and Yukinami, so that we will be accepted more by the Blooms. We dispersed as Kaldi commanded, putting some distance between us and Moravia. Moravia paused, unsure of where to aim her attacks.
今だ。
We attacked Moravia as one as she staggered. We took that chance to hit her even harder. I laid into her alongside Yukinami and the Blooms, all 6 of us with our unique skills. Despite her boast, even Moravia couldn't hold up for long against 6 fighters.
分が悪いな。
Yeah, she speed did it. Moravia turned and immediately fled the scene.
お待ちなさい。
Everyone started to chase after Moravia, but I called them back. Everyone, wait! They all stopped, then turned to look at me. Please just listen for a moment. I'll explain everything. Hopefully that'll clear up the doubts you have. Yeah.
何言うてるんや。今はあいつを追わな。いえ、もう追っても無駄なようですわ。
Yep. Moravia completely faded out of sight. Moravia's amazing as always. Yeah. Blooms walked back over to me as I gazed after Moravia, deeply impressed.
モラビアを逃したことはもう仕方ない。それで全部説明してくれるんだって？
Yeah, first let me apologize. I shouldn't have left without saying anything to you all. And as for what happened earlier, I bowed in Haruka's direction. I'm sorry, Haruka. I guess I shocked you, huh?
本当にね。でも 君のしょげた顔見ていたら怒る気も失せた。
お、意外と優しいやん。
Aw, Haruka.
意外とって何？
はいはい。二人とも素直じゃないですわね。
I breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared I had earned Haruka's forgiveness.
それより、あんたの説明っていうのを聞かせて。
Yeah, let's tell it all.
後のことは、それを聞いてから考
Yeah,
えるから。
Mocha and her Kansai accent that disappears at the end of her route. I still am completely unsure of why she has a Kansai accent. He doesn't. Mihaya does it. And at the very end of the route, she loses her Kansai accent. I'll start from the beginning. First off, the reason I had to leave Theta in such a hurry was because... because it takes... I think only the part vector people know how to do it. Yeah, inconsistent direction, possibly. So, it's not like a... Yeah, you also need, like, the blood of a part vector. So it's a weird... It's easier to just toss the test subjects when they fail. I'd explain how I teamed up with Yukinami and the others to save Lise. Then I told them everything I learned and experienced in the vector colony of Tau. I told them about Yukinami and his recent growth. Finally, I told them about vectors and how they were all once human before they turned. Half the Blooms didn't seem very shocked, while Senna and Mocha were taken aback. Kaori and Haruka hardly blinked. Do those two already know? Yeah. I left out the part about Ryo helping us since adding another player would complicate things. I still wasn't sure who Ryo was working for or why. I didn't want to say some half-truth that would just add confusion to the whole situation. When I finished, the Blooms all remained silent, clearly sorting out their own thoughts. Then Kaori looked at Yukinami.
Yukinami, あんた、研究所にいたんだね。
そうだよ。
Yukinami's short reply seemed to satisfy Kaori. At the very least, she didn't dig into the issue any further. I feel like Yukinami's one of us. He also has superpowers, but the difference is the Blooms went on to protect humans while Yukinami joined the Vectors and attacked them. Maybe our rules would be reversed if our upbringing had been similar to his, or vice versa. Yeah.
あんたの言いたいことは理解した。道が違えばっていうのは私には特によくわかるよ。
Uh-huh.
そうだね。
Kaori and Haruka seemed to know what was going on better than any of us, or so I thought after observing their exchange. But I'd better not ask them for specifics right now. Maybe later when things calm down a bit. Kaori spoke up again while I was thinking.
あんたは雪並みのその道を正したいっていうの。
Well, kind of. More like I want you to know that Yukinami has agreed not to attack humans anymore.
雪並みが人間を襲わなくても他の奴らは襲ってくるんちゃうの？
そうですわ。さっきのモラビアだって攻撃してきたじゃありませんの。
Yukinami broke his silence to add his 2 cents.
あれは多分演技。
は？演技？
Yeah, act.
どういうことですの？
Think she attacked on purpose to give our sides reason to come together and talk to each other. Yeah.
つまり自分を共通の敵に仕立てることによって自分以外のメンツを
They
結
seem
束
to
さ
have
せようと
taken
し
it
たの
well.
か。
Yeah. Some of the stuff is like, well, if that happened, there wouldn't be a story. So, yeah.
それにしてはかなり本気みたいでしたわよ。
That wasn't half as hard as Moravia can hit for real, right, Yukinami?
うん。さっきの攻撃はかなり手加減してたよ。計画を聞かされてたわけじゃないから、さすがに突然で驚いたけどね。
Moravia's attacks had been fierce, but Yukinami was right. That wasn't her full power. If it had been, none of us would have been left standing.
演技であんなことをするんですの？
Yukinami and I nodded. The others seemed to recoil slightly.
容赦ない。
Yeah, you're probably not going to believe this, but she's very considerate of her friends. She's very well liked among the Vectors.
そうだよ。モラビアはすごいんだ。
The Blooms all exchanged glances, then they shrugged and nodded.
ま、攻撃された本人たちがそう言うなら、私たちは別に文句はないけどね。
I'm glad you're taking this well.
それで、 雪並みはいいとして、あいつらももう人間は襲わないと思っていいの？
Well, that depends on me and Yukinami. They said they'd decide after seeing how we manage things going forward. Ravia and Hyuga will probably stop if they see Yukinami and I getting along with humans.
あの子、モラビアの他にもう一人ごついのがおったやろ。
They've seen Hyuga, I
あい
think.
つも襲わないって言い切れるん？
ヒューガなら僕が抑えるよ。
There was no trace of Yukinami's childlike nature. I don't remember. I thought they'd seen him before, but I don't remember.
His jaw was set and his face serious. He looked every bit an adult.
Wow.
Based on what I'd seen of Hyuga and Yukinami, I could tell they shared a deep friendship. Hyuga cares a lot for Yukinami and seems to respect what he thinks. It should be okay to let those two sort things out themselves. Yukinami, you'll handle Hyuga then?
任せてよ。ヒューガを拾った。いや、助けたかな
Ah.
のは僕だから。僕がダメだって言えば、ヒューガはちゃんと言うことを聞いてくれるよ。まあ、モラビアがしなくなることなら、ヒューガだってもうしないと思うけどね。
Well, that's good to know.
いまいち不確かではありません。本当に信用していいのか怪しいですわね。
せやけど、害獣のこととか、うちらが知らへんかったことが多いのも事実や。
Yep.
今聞かされた事情は筋が通っとる。
Like gardening. He can till the fields like a motherfucker.
害獣側の言い分も信じてみてええんちゃう？
それはですが正直複雑な気分ですわ。これまで私たちは真実を隠され、
This would be
い
a
いように使われてきたのかと思うと。
This would be a fucking triple layer plan if we were manipulating you.
The girls seemed very distrustful. Not surprising, considering they'd likely also been used. But even so, they didn't seem dispirited. Instead,
司令はこのことを知っているんだろうね。機会があればじっくりと問いただそう。
yep.
ついでにどついたる。
Yukinami recoiled slightly at the bloom's blossoming rage.
へえ、ブルームズって結構血の気が多いんだな。
They're not always like this, I promise.
指令をどつくかどうかはともかく、
Yeah.
その前にこの件について相談してみないとね。
Let's talk it out. The other blooms took Kaori's advice and calmed down. Now their resolve was fortified with a common goal. Thank you, everyone. I'll make sure to get through to Moravia. It wasn't going to be easy, but I also knew that it wasn't an impossible task. I was afraid of Yukinami at first, and look how close we are now.
Thank you. It's time to take a sip. With that, we decided to part for the day. Yukinami and I headed back to Tao,
Because we're not going inside the city. That wasn't our plan. Yeah.
We arrived after a long walk and found Moravia already there.
おかえり二人とも。うまくいった？
I don't think so, no.
ただいま。
It went well thanks to your help. I was able to talk things over with the blooms. I could still see the good. I could see the good for you in Moravia's smile. Still, there was something I couldn't help but raise a small protest about from earlier. By the way, Moravia, it did kind of freak me out when you attacked us out of the blue.
僕も驚いた。一瞬ヒヤッとしちゃったよ。
No, it was just to get us to actually not kill each other at first. It was to give us long enough with a shared enemy that we wouldn't be attacking each other.
それはよかった。おかげで君たちも迫真の演技ができたでしょ？
Oh, I guess so, but if you have to pull a trick like that again, give me time to yawn first. Maybe give us a heads up first.
Yeah, we aren't leaving Lise behind, thankfully. Moravia threw her head back and let out a hearty laugh. I was afraid we were going to. But then when we were like, oh, it's just an act, I was like, oh, I see what she's doing.
でもそうしたら君たちも油断して、ブルームズにも演技だって見破られていたと思うよ。あの場で演技したことがバレれば、
Yeah.
君は完全に敵だと認識されたんじゃないかな。
I guess you're right. I wasn't a very good actor. I couldn't even tell convincing lies. If I'd known about the plan, I'm sure I would have stumbled.
君のことは雪並みが守ると確信していたから、多少荒っぽいことをしても問題ないと判断したんだ。
Amazing.
現に
Yukinami puffed out his chest in response.
当たり前だよ。彼女のことは僕が守る。
Aw.
やっぱりモラビアの判断は
Yeah.
いつだって正しいね。
それほどでも。
I still feel like I've been manipulated. Still, Moravia's quick thinking gave me a chance to explain myself to the blooms. All's well that ends well, I guess.
A few days after our meeting outside Theta, someone wanted to see me. Who is it, Yukinami?
来ればわかるよ。
Okay, despite my badgering, Yukinami wouldn't spill the beans. Everything was under wraps. Who'd recruit Yukinami as a messenger, though? I can't think of many people. Maybe it was Moravia? Yeah. But if that's the case, what's the little secrecy?
見て、あの花咲いたんだ。
Yeah.
昨日まではまだ咲きかけだったよね。
I looked over and sure enough, the flower was flourishing.
It's blooming nicely.
この花も種をつけるのかな。種が取れたら前に言ってた花壇を作れる？
Yeah, we'll make one together.
作る。楽しみだな。
We chatted as we walked along, but I was still very curious about who wanted to see me. Doesn't seem like we're leaving Tao. Whoever it is, I guess they live here. I wasn't particularly worried either way. Yukinami and I walked along at a leisurely pace. Are we gonna see Uncle? Maybe.
着いた。
Here? Yep. Yukinami brought me to the house of the professor, the former researcher. Are you sure this is the right place? I mean...
元研究者のあいつの家でしょ？知ってる。君を呼び
Hopefully.
出したのはあいつだよ。
So it was someone who lived in Tao after all, but I never expected it to be the professor. The professor asked Yukinami to fetch me? But given his past, Yukinami will surely hate him. Yukinami caught sight of the confusion on my face and decided to clear things up. Yeah.
言っておくけど、あいつは僕にひどいことはしなかったから。だからギリギリセーフって感じ。
Giri safe! Amazing, Giri safe.
研究者はみんな嫌いだけど、あいつのところに連れてくるのは君のためでもあるって思ったんだ。
Yukinami's expression was serious, but his voice was tender. My heart filled with warmth. Yukinami pushed past his own discomfort because he was thinking of my well-being. Yeah. It was a little surprising, but Yukinami's gesture touched me. Alright, thanks for bringing me then.
さあ、中に入ろう。連れてきたよ。
いや、よく来たね、二人とも。
Hello, sorry to barge in like this. The professor offered us seats while bringing out some hot tea. I heard that you wanted to speak with me today, Professor?
あ、君に見せたいものがあってね。これを見てごらん。
The professor showed me a tablet screen. Displaying on its scrolling surface was an email. What's this? Email? Huh? Now I could see the email was addressed to me. The sender was Masaki Kuromori, the commander. What?
詳細は説明できないんだが、まさきは私が研究所にいた頃の部下だった。
Yeah.
今もこうして連絡を取り合っている。
We know all about that.
The professor explained that the commander was once an important researcher, but the professor quit after a certain event occurred and the commander followed suit.
Well, okay. We're getting like weird bits and pieces of it, yeah.
Wow, I had no idea. But the commander has a colorful past too. If he was the professor's subordinate back then, just who is the professor exactly?
I guess he's not gonna tell us.
There's clearly more to the story, but I had a feeling I'd find out in due time.
Yeah, in another route.
For the moment, I focus on scanning the email. Let's see, it's been a while I heard from Cowdy and the others after a succinct introduction. The email went on to say a whole lot of other things.
I don't know. About the professor once being his superior, how the professor told him about me, and how Vector wants human beings. And about how awful he felt bottling up the truth. It's hard to trust the commander after he kept the truth about Lise hidden from me. That said, as commander, his hands may have been tied. No doubt he had to answer to the higher-ups before talking to me. That thought made me feel a bit less hostile towards the commander.
ねえ、もう読み終わった？
Yeah. Yukinami suddenly spoke up. He was clearly getting bored and impatient.
Sorry, almost.
I continued reading. I know I had to hold so much back from you, but I was still surprised to hear you'd gone to the Vector side of your own volition. Still, I knew and anticipated that you had the ability to bring about significant change. But asking a child to do what I can't, some adult I am. So at the very least, let me give you a helping hand whenever or wherever you need it. If you manage to make a life with Yukinami, it may lead to a future where humans and Vectors no longer need to fight one another. I want to give you something that'll help you take the first step towards making that hope a reality. I actually thought the email ended there, but
I initially thought the email ended there, but it actually went on a bit longer. P.S. You're still an official member of the Blooms. Never forget that you have true friends among us. Aww. Guess I haven't been fired. True friends, huh? I felt a bit bolder, but also a little embarrassed. Overall, I felt pretty happy. But what's this thing he wanted to give me?
もう一通メールがある。
Oh, there's another
これも
email.
見てみなさい。
Jiminy Christmas, double emailing? The professor showed me another email. Yeah, bloomers forever. That was far more official looking than the first. Dates, times, and locations? Oh, and a map, too. Professor, what's this?
あまり頻繁にではないが、コロニー間で物資の輸送が行われていることは知っているね。
Yeah, I remember learning that at the academy. The colonies all trade back and forth for materials and resources, right?
そのメールの情報は、次の輸送隊が出る日時と輸送経路だ。
Uh-huh. The professor explained that these convoys were often attacked en route by vectors. They did use weapons for protecting, but as the vector population kept increasing, it was getting hard to keep them at bay. Are there really that many vectors living in the wild in addition to the ones here? I don't know. They were human. They kind of slightly remember being human. But they're also not humans. So it's an ethical gray area. We can't push this up like quality. I think we're supposed to protect it. Are there really that many vectors living in the wild in addition to the ones here?
そりゃあ中にははぐれるやつもいるよ。
Yukinami spoke up, breaking a silent spell.
全部の害獣を村ビアが統率しきれてるわけじゃない。たまにそういうはぐれが出る時もあるんだ。
And those are the vectors attacking the convoys.
その通り。そこでマサキは君たちに仕事を頼みたいそう
That's
な
what
ん
we're
だ。
gonna do. Protect them, huh? Well, that's what the commander wanted to give me. If Yukinami and I work together to protect the convoys as a human and a vector, it'll prove the two species can work together. But will protecting the convoys from vectors include killing them? The professor noticed the concern on my face.
何も害獣たちを殺す必要はないよ。君たちの力でこのコロニーまで導いてほしい。
確かに。ここはモラビアがいるから、はぐれの害獣もおとなしくさせられるよ。僕も少しなら言うことを聞かせられるしね。
Amazing. Uh-huh, I see. I see, so we just need to redirect them. It would be an ideal way to prove that humans and vectors don't need to fight. Plus, it would be a great way to keep Yukinami busy. I wonder if I should do it. I think this option would lead to a better result than anything we've tried so far. Yukinami, do you want to give it a go? As I turned to get Yukinami's opinion, a grin lit up his face like the sun on a cloudy day.
君と一緒なら。
Yeah. Aww. Okay. With that, Yukinami and I accepted the job from the commander. We would head out at the indicated time to the place designated in the email. Yeah. This game's from 2016, I think. Originally from 2016. A few days passed since we got our task from the commander. It was finally time to get to work.
現場はここから遠いんだっけ？
Yeah, that's why we're heading out so early. It would be pretty bad if we missed our rendezvous with the colony. The convoy.
しばらく会えないのは寂しいけど、お仕事頑張ってね。君たちの無事を祈ってるよ。
Thanks, Lisa. Oh, Yukinami, shall we be off?
あ、その前に、君は変身してからじゃないとダメなんだよね。
Yeah. Oh, right. Thanks for remembering.
君のことなんだから当たり前だよ。
Okay, sweetheart, that's a little odd, but I've changed, but Yukinami's changed more. At first, Yukinami viewed my necessary transformations as a sign of human weakness. But now, he seemed to respect and understand the process. It made me happy to know Yukinami was looking out for me. That was probably one of the weirder ways to word that line, though, sweet pea. We left the colony. Not long after, I suddenly sensed someone behind us. I turned to see Moravia and Hyuga coming our way.
行くんだね。
Yeah, thank you for all you've done for me, and thanks for helping me out the other day.
僕は君たちの行く末を見守るのに必要なことをしたまでだよ。
Moravia smiled brightly, but Hyuga looked as sullen as ever.
俺はお前らがしようとしてることをまだ認めたわけじゃねえからな。
Yeah, sweetheart, you've got a lot of trauma to work through. Still, Hyuga made no attempt to stop us. I sensed that it was because he truly wanted us to succeed, not because he'd been forbidden from interfering. He expected big things from us too.
ヒューが、言っとくけど人間を襲っちゃダメだからね。
I don't know.
わかった？
わかってるって。
Oh my god. That's adorable.
え？ 聞こえない。
分かってるって言ったんだよ。くそ。
うんうん、分かってればいいんだよ。最後のクソが一番大きかったけど。
Those two sure do make an odd couple. Rabia, you'll hold off on attacking humans too, right?
前処するよ。
My
時と場合によってはどうなるかわからないけど。
Alright. So, in other words, you're not sure yet.
もちろん。君たちの進化
Yeah,
が問
we're
われ
supposed
る
to be
の
the
は
couple.
これからだろ。
Yeah, no kiss. And we will. Just watch us. I think there's no kisses in the villain roots. Because we didn't kiss Hyuga. We didn't kiss Ibuki. We haven't kissed Yukinami. I shot Moravia a determined look, which she returned without blinking even once. Well then, we're off. Please take care of Lisa. We'll be back soon enough, and I figure we'll have some stray vectors in tow.
待っているよ。二人
I
とも
wonder if it's because they're not in high
Gambatte,
school like us? I don't know. Ravi and Hyuga stood watch as we put the colony of Tau behind us. A few hours after leaving the colony, Yukinami and I found a spot to take cover and wait.
もうすぐここを輸送隊が通るんだよね。
Yeah, but they don't have set ages. Yeah, according to the commander's email, this is usually where the vectors converge. The convoy should pass us at any minute. I don't see any vectors though. I wonder if there aren't any here after all.
それは間違いないんじゃない？だって怪獣の気配がするから。
Yukinami, you can sense them?
なんとなくね。匂いとか地面に残った足跡とかそんな感じで。
Well, alright then. I sniffed the air for myself as I scanned the ground for footprints. I can't see or smell a thing. You're really something else, Yukinami.
やった。褒められた。
Good boy. Yukinami turned his delighted grin to me.
でも僕は君の方がすごいと思うな。
Why do you say that?
だって僕が知らなかったことをたくさん教えてくれたよ。優しさ
Aww.
とか誰かを好きになる気持ちとか。それにこうやって人間と怪獣の関係だって変えちゃおうとしてるんだよ。
Sweet pea.
今まで誰もできなかったことなんだからすごいことだよ。
I want to hug him so much. Do you really think so? Yukinami's shower of praise made me blush. How it feels to love someone, huh? Hearing him use that word again makes my heart beat really fast. Oops, I let my mind wander. I need to focus on the task at hand. We waited for a bit longer before Yukinami spotted something on the horizon.
来たよ。
I barraged Yukinami with questions as I turned to look at the same direction. Do you see the convoy or the vectors?
両方怪獣も感じ取ったんだ。輸送隊が来た途端に
I strained my eyes. I could pick out the outline of the convoy and silhouettes of several vectors closing in. Alright, that's our cue.
了解。
Yukinami and I emerged from our cover and dashed towards the convoy. We were able to reach it before the vectors and went to stand between them and the convoy. Stop now! We won't let you harm the guards!
こっから先は通れませんなんてね。
Our sudden arrival clearly startled the vectors. They bulked, surprised. Now we just had to keep them distracted. Kinda like how Moravia threw those stones at the blooms. I think I practiced the move enough times on our journey here. If I'm careful, I should be able to use my power to stop them without hurting them. We now had the vectors' full attention, but they were too surprised to attack.
あいつら輸送隊のことコロッと忘れてるね。こっちを狙ってるよ。
Our plan worked perfectly. Let's round these fellows up, said the convoy on its way. Yukinami, take charge of the vectors for a second. Oh, but try not to hurt them, okay?
分かってる。
I dashed over to speak to the guards. You're probably guessed it by now, but we're here to protect the convoy.
ああ、聞いています。
The guards seemed pretty rattled over the vector's unwelcome visit, so I tried to keep my voice as calm and soothing as possible. We'll take the vectors from here. You should be able to slip away without a problem.
わかりました。本当に助かります。
Yeah. Well then, goodbye and good luck!
待ってください。
Just as I turned to go, one of them called me back.
本当にありがとうございます。
Yeah.
お二人に感謝します。
The convoy continued on its way. The vectors made no attempt to follow it. They were only interested in us now. I looked at Yukinami. He was elated, but his eyes were filled with tears. Aww.
ありがとうだって。
Aw, we hold hands. Yeah, they sure did. Yukinami and I exchanged big grins.
僕が人間からありがとうって言われるなんてね。
Look forward to hearing it a lot from now on.
本当に？
The joy that lit up Yukinami's eyes made me feel confident that I'd taken the right path. I wanted to say as much to Yukinami, but all I could do was smile. Really, from this day on, you're gonna have a life full of smiles where everyone appreciates you.
君も一緒に
Aww, of course! Together our future is gonna be great, I just know it. I gently took Yukinami's hand in mine. Yukinami looked at his hand surprised, and then he squeezed mine in his.
大好きだよ
Aww, precious. And I you, Yukinami. The warmth of Yukinami's hand in mine was like a promise for a happy future together. Aww! Aww! We did it!
あっちも気になるし
We did it! We did it! Yukinami route, happy end! So that means probably next week we can finish this game up. Because if the... Well... You guys who said I would like it. So you and Felina won the poll. That's my child now. Yukinami's my child now. That was it. Like, there were so many 180s in that though that honestly, even when we made the poll, it was completely up in the air. Oh, hi, precious. Oh, hi, sweet pea. Oh, she's laying where she could watch me. Oh, cuteness. All right, well, that is all the time we have for tonight. So let's pop over here. All right, you all know the usual song and dance. If you're not already following me on social medias, I would appreciate it very much if you would. Yeah, I had no idea. I had no idea, but this route has been kind of cute. This route's been pretty cute. I actually don't think there's any routes so far that I have not liked. Ibuki's was kind of wild, but I didn't end up not liking it. So far this has been like a nice game. And next we'll do Rio. I might be able to do a super long stream next Saturday and knock it out in one stream. We'll see. But yeah, that is all the time we have for tonight. Tomorrow we will be playing 13 Sentinels. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful meowing, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. Yeah, unless there's a super secret true route. I don't know. This game could shock me. Well, thank you all so much for coming here. It truly means a lot to me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Alright, well, without any further ado, bye-bye!